Alright, looks like the stream is live here. Literally doing the stream like last moment on Wednesday, unfortunately. Yes, before like the new week, kinda basically. But in a sense, it is actually kind of fine since the Rockstar Newswire actually covers not just this week, but next week as well. So it's kind of like what they've done a lot lately, actually, with the previous update, the Save House and Hills DLC, where they kind of bunch like two and possibly sometime on rare occasion even like 3 events and like one newswire. So here's hoping for the best. My one attempt actually got much of anywhere, quit randomly on me in the first hour and a half, so I really need to hope things go good. So if I don't explain a lot of stuff right away, it's kind of because I just really have to make sure to try to get this out in a good fashion. But yeah, for a title of the stream, I went for like a kick in the wallet, whatever, for the community mission series, like the mission that's featured. Like the mission could have existed for all I know since like last update or something from like the person's created mission or whatever, but missions can be quite cool in the game and stuff when they feature them for like the community missions, so I figure it's kind of worthy of a title. But yeah, aside for that, it's like mostly just login reward stuff that could possibly be new. So yeah, I did. So yes, I did put like week free editions, but there's not necessarily actually too many editions. Just figure out to let people know why I chose the title I did. And if I actually haven't done my traditional intro yet, it's kind of all over the place, unfortunately, with how late the stream is going here or happening here. Hello, it is the Sinister Game being here with a new stream. And in this stream, I'm going to be going over the event week for this week from very early Thursday, whatever as per usual, in Grand Theft Auto Online. And if it goes good enough, I can even talk about the second part of the event as well for the second week. If I have time and everything, it all goes well enough and all that kind of stuff. As I was basically saying earlier. But I don't think I did that intro part, so there you go. Kinda was the late with the intro part specifically, unfortunately. With kind of streaming issue, and plus I had to do like 3 streams in a row, it turned out, because of like my Heist stream giving me problems, connectivity problems, and then I had a last week's event. So yeah, it's kind of unfortunately understandable a little bit how I got to this event as late as I did, basically. But apparently for 2 times money, though, going into like the main menu here, there's heist bonuses. 2 times money for first weekly completion of the Felicia heist and then Pacific Standard heist. I think they're also known as like Felicia job, Pacific Standard job, but they went with heist this time for some reason. But yeah, I did like a Felicia job actually off stream on like Monday or something actually, and it was like 800k. I'm assuming there was weekly completion bonus on that. I'm not even gonna bother talking about the setups on Felicia because that's a really easy heist. The only hard part about that heist is if like somebody's not familiar with like drilling on the heist. Arguably, it's like the one hard part of the heist. Every other part's like pretty easy though, I would definitely say. But yeah, I assume 800k was on a wiki completion bonus. I don't assume they would give you like 1 million for a simple Felicia. I didn't really ask the person I joined though, like if it was on the wiki completion or not. I'm not really sure, but they but I mean the person was like really cool and they gave me like 50% instead of like the usual like 60-40 split or whatever. For whatever reason, despite my character being like rank 900 to like 70, the person was like really cool and gave me like 50%. And yeah, it gave me like 370-ish K if I remember right. So yeah, pretty good if you can pull that off, of course. I didn't even host my own. I should have maybe tried to, but like I'm definitely not gonna have time at this point. And then yeah, Pacific Standard Heist. I'm pretty sure I can confident. I am yes, pretty competently sure I can say Pacific Standard Heist gives you like 5.3 or like I mean the overall take I mean is 5.3 like 5.6 million or something. but it has to be split in 4 ways, and I think in like Enterprise DLC, like summer 2022, like onwards, they made it where at minimum you have to give like 15% takes, so that basically means at most you'll be able to get like 55% of that for like basically like high to million-ish dollars, which is pretty good actually if you're hosting one. But of course, if you're hosting one, then you have to bother with like all the setups basically. If you're playing like legitimately all that kind of stuff, of course. Like obviously, I don't consider like legit play obviously on this channel. But if I'm gonna go into a heist like setup advice and all kinds of stuff for that heist, I want to wait till later. I want to make sure I have time to try and get this stream out here. So sorry about the wait on any of that possibly, but yeah, I am going to have to like try to steamroll through this kind of in a sense. I'll be actually for future note by the way, the best way to try to get like other people's full on heists, I think, during like the heist where it actually calls it the specific standard like job or something when you go to like an invite. I think the way you can tell is if it says like difficulty and it actually says just the heist name and not like a heist setup name, and then you'll know it's the actual finale, by the way, for those just wanting to try to hop into one like really quick. I'm not saying don't help people with their setups, obviously, like be cool if you want, of course, but I kind of didn't really have the most time, so I kind of just did it that way. Albeit I did get into like a convoy and like bikes, but other than that, like I got in one otherwise in like a couple hours or something with like randoms, and of course randoms were messing up, so like yeah, that's kind of what it took us. And he also did my own Kortz Center heist of like outcome of Endeavor $1.6 million primary target from like week 2, but yeah. I kind of thought when I sold it I would maybe still be eligible for the week 3 one, but unfortunately I was kind of not. And of course my streaming issues, I sold the P and I didn't keep it, so I might be locked out keeping that permanently, unfortunately, at this point. But I'll be honest, I don't really care about mansion paintings too much. Like, I just know I'm not going to look at that shit enough to keep it anyways. And like after that, like drops to like 1.3, like 1.2 million on those Kortz Center Heist things here. Which, speaking of, second like section on the main menu or Kortz Center Heist. Latest art featured include SP Carroll's a cast of characters and Francesco Sassoni's Me O Melee. So it looks like that's 2 primary targets, supposedly. And again, I think it's the last week, I believe, for outcome of like Endeavor or whatever, which is like a $1.6 million primary. Before like every other primary size for your first normal mode run. The scripted run, that's like the $1.9 million like primary, whatever. So yeah, I think those are worth like 1.2 or like 1.3 million on hard mode, I'm pretty sure. But it also has to be your first run of the event. After you do one single run, I think it goes as low as like 400k or something for like primary targets on hard even. And at that point, it might be more worth joining other people's Kortz Center heists instead. If anybody's like really running those sites for solo play, which I would mostly find kind of dumb, but there might be a reason to do that, obviously. Obviously, though. And then, yeah, apparently there's free times rewards. Community mission series, yeah. By the way, this is actually only on the newer platforms, the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC Enhanced. I'm probably not going to mention platforms again, so if I say something's newer platforms only on this stream, do know it's only going to be for those platforms for anything like that if I say newer platforms only. And it's by 2, like the Roman numeral, like 2, like underscores, Trizimi underscores 2. But yeah, if I can play it in this stream, that's fine. I assume it would probably be available next week as well. There is one coming out, I think, next week as well. I'm pretty sure. That will be more for later if I have time and all that kind of stuff. Otherwise, in the what's new section, reward claim, Fleet Circuit, Ubermax Cypher livery, because I joined somebody else's Fleet Heist. So you can join somebody's, it doesn't have to be your own that you host, thankfully, if you don't really care to host one for some reason. Because what, did they make like all heists like 100k to like set up? Paying 100k for heist only pays like a couple 100,000 with like a 50-50 or something, or even less, even with 60-40, obviously, like what it tries to push you to do isn't exactly like ideal. And you probably shouldn't be that kind of scumbag that's going to give somebody 15% on Felisa Heist of all heists, especially if doing not just 2 players. Like, don't necessarily be that kind of person, I feel. But I don't think it's even a new livery. I think they've given this out in the past. I think they've had this available for other tasks in the past, so I don't think it'd be more so. Otherwise, still going for this kind of 2-part like event kind of thing. Once the second week happens, that's basically the last week for the free Gradi Villano GT, whatever. And aside from that, that's just now available, not like onward stuff for like launch day of the update, or even this thing from like back with like old school hits or something. For like the last one there. Alright, so into story mode, so I can do a quick invite only, basically. Maybe try to do things kind of a little lightning quick here if I can, even if to skimp on a little bit of details. With how much of a really detailed person I kind of tend to be. I'll have to try, basically. Like, just in case. So I can get something out for the first part of the week. Hopefully. Even if I have to upload it for Thursday. Which will especially be kind of fine, especially if I can cover some stuff for week 2. That will be kind of fine. I'll probably do like a mini stream for next week, by the way, as well, especially if I can cover everything I want to cover. Like, if I get to cover everything I want to cover, I'm going to do like a smaller stream for like next week, just as an overview, maybe stream, or like at least go over like the stuff that wouldn't have been officially available from Rockstar on the next week. Like podium vehicles and stuff, I don't think they put those on a newswire. There is some stuff for next week that won't be known. Albeit, the GTA series videos community post has came out if I wanted to take from that. But I only want to really take, for at least for next week, only take stuff from the GTA series. At least, I mean, for like next week, only take things that like aren't from like the... what am I saying? What am I saying? I mean, for next week, I think I'll only talk about stuff that's actually on the Rockstar Newswire, not the GTA series videos community post. I think that's basically what I'm saying. Sorry, I was like so all over the place there, or something. Okay, I'm like still lost where I was before. God damn. I think. Not in their character. No, I did not want to go in there. It's definitely in here. I was, yeah.
What's up, Daddy?
I meant the fast travel at the casino. I don't know what I was doing.
Uh-huh. Anything you want.
Just maybe a bit stressed right now because of like streaming issues and stuff in the last couple of times. Or a couple of times or something. My last Heist stream actually went pretty smooth for like the third part of it. Like the whole thing kind of didn't, because I had to do like 3 streams I think in a row, like 2 for the Heist and like an event one even. So yeah, I'm just late as fuck to this, unfortunately, because of that. Alright, so literally, I think this will literally be the time travel stuff at this point for like Thursday.
Man, you gonna get your money. Stop calling me.
Like, aside from maybe HSW, or at least for the ones that actually change.
The check is in the mail, dog.
I'll be actually no. This one kind of looks to be the same to me actually. Maybe it will just change up the like event update basically then, just within the event. But yeah, I think the weekly time travel are actually yeah. Looking at this one, I thought that would be the case. But yeah, regular time travel is the Great Ocean Highway one or something, I believe. It when I was covering it last time, it kind of goes to like here supposedly, since that's kind of where it mentions like the Great Ocean Highway with like G-Mash or whatever, or like that too. Works, I suppose. So if it is something like that, I would say it's actually more of a top speed one than a lifetime one, which is unusual for time travels, I feel. But for the most part, you're going to want to stick to motorcycles, supercars, or sports cars, because those are basically like the Class A HSW options, which basically means those are the best like land vehicle like classes in the game, basically, I would say. But a lot of HSW options are definitely really fantastic if it is in fact a pure top speed one, or mostly a top speed like time travel for sure if you're on newer platforms. Yeah, to look into Roughly 1322 Racing YouTuber G9, look at some of their videos, or like their spreadsheet, like all their different resources for some good vehicles to use for those three classes, like I basically said. Not going to cover all that there, basically, as I kind of go along now. Looks like Cypress Flats. Yes, it is in fact Cypress Flats, apparently, for the RC Bandito time trial. With a 1 minute 30 second, otherwise 90-second part time. As name does imply, you can only use one single vehicle option of the RC Bandito. However, RC vehicle like the Invade Persuade tank is not allowed, for example, like another RC vehicle. Literally just RC Bandito, as name does imply. So these are more about learning the turns, corners, which you can do with like a bunch of trial errors, stuff with like respawn mechanic, with like triangle line, Xbox, whatever key on PC when you hold those buttons if you need to like restart. Just do a bunch of trial error with that like mechanic, basically. If not, just look up a video guide and like follow that. But even with a video guide, if you still mess up, you might still just have to respawn anyways. I prefer the former method. I would definitely prefer the former method personally, though, for sure. The weekly HSW time trial is Textile City to Stab City, by the way. And shortcutting, instead of going back there, like over here, like a roundabout way, obviously you kind of want to face your vehicle this way, go that way, then this way. Otherwise, there's just like diagonal kind of area. You can kind of go for like grass, basically, kind of briefly. You can, yes, go for some grass kind of briefly, basically. I would basically say that's like the good way to go about it. I think after that shortcut, it's basically straightforward. You just want to go GPS route. It's still the earlier half, I think, of HSW time travel, so it still is pretty easy at that point, basically, without like major shortcuts to consider or something. And then the junk energy time trial for the day of Wednesday here, or like Thursday, whatever. Which, yeah, Battle RCB and Dito are, yeah, RCB and Dito and junk energy changed by the day, by the way. But yeah, Mirror Park, junk energy time trial, like a minute 50-second part time, otherwise known as like basically 110 seconds. But yeah, as long as you go where you need to go, don't fall off the bicycle, maximize on the curse boost, I would say it's pretty good to go. Otherwise, maybe take advantage of like respawn mechanic like RC and Dito time trial. Since you're basically forced to use a junk energy inductor. You can also use a regular inductor without delivery, but you would have to bring your own. But they're basically the same vehicles. They basically have like 1 to 2 vehicles here anyways, like our Super Nintendo, so advice would be largely the same. Or of course, if that does not help, look up some video guide out there, of course, like our Super Nintendo Town Charles. Easy. Easy, easy. Alright, and the Priam race finally here is for classics, which is basically sports classics for like the long form version of the class. So there is 3 HSW options total for sports classics. You have the Turismo Classic, Sterling GT, and Astral HSW options. What Turismo Classic, I'm pretty sure is the #1 lap time, and also like yeah, that one's actually #2 top speed, actually, if I remember right. Because yeah, the Sterling GT, I think, is the worst one for lap time at 3rd place, and it's also like 1st place top speed, I could swear, for the Sterling GT HSW. And then the P-Fister Astral, the one that came out later, just like last update. That one is 2nd place lap time, I'm pretty sure, and also 3rd place top speed. Unfortunately, the newest one wasn't really too revolutionary for the class. And Sports Classics, which obviously has older vehicles, so I don't really think it's like electric or anything for acceleration heaviness stuff. Like, it's not like super heavy in like acceleration or anything different than the other 2, I would say. But yeah, I went in release order, not to choose any favorites, but yeah, that's basically what you need to know about the HSW ones for 3 of those if you're on newer platforms. Otherwise, on the legacy platforms, you're in a slow speed. Lost speed is actually on a discount for 30% off for this week, and that's actually the best non-HSW for lap time, which that will be absolutely fantastic to use, and that's actually at the LS Car Meet. It won't really be once I upload this, unfortunately, since yeah, I got to it kind of late. And also other good options of LSC and Cheetah Classic for A tier. Which, yeah, A tier is basically the non-HSW options that you should be using on the legacy platforms. Yeah, Towie Classic. The P-Fister Astral, the non-HSW version, of course, is A tier. Non-HSW Turismo Classic is also A tier. And then the Cheetah Classic, which is different from the LSCM one, obviously, the like more OG Cheetah Classic, I mean. And then finally, the Ocelot Arden apparently are also A tier options, so. There's like 7 good options to basically use in A tier if you're on legacy platforms. Going direct from Bruffy 1322's vehicle spreadsheet, racing to a cheat online. And of those, it basically looks like the Towie Classic and the Astral are good for both lap time top speed, with the other ones kind of suffering from top speed. Kind of like being like past on top 10 for like top speed. So it seems that Towie Classic and like the regular non-HSW Straw would be like the best 2 probably to use for the legacy platforms. And yeah, how do you know what the race course? Or no, not yet. I mean, lap time, by the way, is like turns, corners, mostly in a city, but like in general, you have like quite a bit of turns, corners. Hence why like in the spreadsheet, lap time's a lot more prevalent. Hence why in the spreadsheet, lap time's a lot more prevalent in the like rankings or whatever for like tier lists, all that kind of stuff. And top speed is a lot more niche, which is your highways, airport runways, and airstrips. Don't forget there is the new one here as of like winter 2024 onwards. But I think Rockstar Creed races are the only races you really have, basically, and I think it's all going to be city course races too. And Rockstar Creed races are pretty much older races from like 2013 and stuff, basically. So like, most likely you won't really have a race here, most likely, but just in case. Like Korean race in particular, I mean. Then you get Grants North Desert and Grapeseed for the permanent 2013 like airstrips. Courses. And yeah, I know they have like the Hot Ring circuit kind of like thumbnail on there, but I don't think they've done much of premium races for like the longest time. That might have just been like something that was going on in like 2018 when like Hot Ring circuit first came out or something. But I don't really think they do stunt race stuff at all. I think Hot Ring is one like stunt tracks, so it's worth mentioning that. That the thumbnail thing might be a bit misleading. And then, yeah. In the bottom right rectangle in the middle, it's where start job. Otherwise, X on Xbox, whatever key it is on PC. And then otherwise, in like Michael's 4-car garage area from like story mode, you can also go to the Corona, press like right on D-pad. Or you can also use like on call like the phone, basically. I think that's 2 other methods to join that I'm aware of at least. And yeah, when you go to a lobby screen, you can do the same square, X on Xbox, whatever key on PC that lets you check the map of the race. You can check for the turns, corners, most likely will be primarily those. And in niche circumstances, it might even be a pure top speed course pretty much, but that might be very niche, like I basically said earlier. And if you're doing like on call, I don't really think you have a lobby, like checking the map as an option, so when you choose a vehicle, you're also allowed to check the map, just be aware of that. That's your last opportunity to do that. Which is probably the better time to check it, because when you check the map and look at a vehicle, you might remember performance for it better, basically, I would say. And actually, yeah, got to check the tourist board. But whatever, I guess I can do it here. But again, I did it. Previous take it a stream and didn't go all the way through, unfortunately.
Finally, you can
Well,
live a
trees
little
down the
and
caches,
lose your
easy.
inhibitions a lot. They're holding you back anyway.
Oh, stores board. Cat, pig, and great cormorant. Cat you pretty much find all around like alleyways in like the city, I'm sure, pretty easily. And by the way, this is only for newer platforms, not the Legacy platforms. Pig, from in areas in like Grapeseed primarily, I would say. And then Great Cormorant, I'm not really sure being a bird, so I'd look more into that one if you really care, but like, for 30, like 50k, I think it usually is for most tour sports. It's not really that worth doing these, I'll be honest. Especially if there's like a Great Cormorant or some annoying one on there. Putting vehicles, apparently, by the way, they're like Cypher, same vehicle, they kind of brought back like delivery for whatever I was talking about earlier. Tuner subclass vehicle, by the way, as well. But yeah, I already collected the Berserk chip bonus, right? 1,734,939 chips. And yeah, I actually got clothing when I spun the wheel. And it gave me the Tiger Scuba, which I think I already had even before I spun it. Because unless it's like an arena outfit for like the basic clothing store, I basically have any clothing from like 2019 before, and I think that's all that's in the pool for clothing on the wheel, I believe, since this DLC came out like 2019. I don't think they had like new clothing items to there. Unfortunately, past 2019. Otherwise, maybe some casino store stuff could be new, but yeah, definitely wasn't like a new clothing item for me. For the Tiger Scuba. Hey, I was actually on Legend Motorsport 2-door. The last also sent us Tuners DLC. I went way too far there, my bad. But yeah, on a trade price, by getting the vehicle, you would save $1,160,500, even more without the trade price. The way you get the trade price, it's between like ranks 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75 for like Ellis Carbon Reputation. But yeah. Every 5 ranks between those 15 ranks, you basically unlock a trade price. 80, 85, I think, are reserved for the ones for that, like, Criminal Enterprises DLC, back from, like, summer 2022. But summer 2021 ones are between those 15 ranks, like I said earlier. So, yeah. Every 5 ranks from, like, 5 to 75, like, those 15 ones basically are what you're looking for a possible trade price for it. Since it was a Drift vehicle too, so it could be in the later parts of that as well. I'm not 100%, but yeah. But apparently it's drift tuning as an option. The option you can apply that for is LS Carbon if you don't have the $8 real money subscription, which requires. But yeah, to do it for the Club Garage and Mansion, you actually do need a GT Plus subscription for $8 of real life money, basically, which is not worth it for that. Surely not. Which does require being on newer platforms, being a platform exclusive, being for the subscription. And the same thing with the Lock-On Jammer. You can do the Lock-On Jammer at the Club Garage and Mansion, but you do need Plus for that feature. But you can also do it at the agency without the subscription for the Lock-On Jammer in particular as well. And yeah, really it's like a mid-tier sports car, not the greatest option of vehicles in the game with like Lock-On Jammer. Definitely better vehicles in the game for the Lock-On Jammer. Yeah, this vehicle is for the sports class. Where apparently it's in the G tier. Where it gets 61st place for lap time. And 95th place for top speed. So in the general sports class, it's actually not that good. You can, however, use it for street races, pursuit races, rally contract, like the kind of exclusive content for the like tuner subclass vehicles, basically though. And yeah, fun fact about this vehicle is actually available as a prize ride vehicle on release of the vehicle for Drift Feed, which basically means it's not a good vehicle. So do not use it in street pursuit races. You'll definitely not want to do that. You'll probably regret doing that. It doesn't actually perform that good between other tuner subclass vehicles in the game. But Yeah, the best vehicles for robbery contracts would be ones with, like, real louvers and, like, the back you can apply, which I'm not sure if the Cypher has that or not. I don't think so, though. So you might want to use something like the Chester RR. The regular Chester RR is, like, the best one, basically, for robbery contracts. Even still. Even still.
What's up? Did you get my cock, Nick? Yeah, our profiles were a match on the internet.
Oh, and I forgot to mention, by the way, for, like, HSW time trial, I am going to mention options you can use for, like, 30 vehicles that are available, basically, for... On the laptop, you can do, like, right on the pad. That's why I didn't mention vehicle options, by the way, for HSW time trials. It's basically any HSW eligible vehicle. I didn't think I had to mention that too much, but I'll kind of go through the list, even if I don't say much about the vehicles per se. And yeah, I was using this for Kortz Center Heist, my own Kortz Center Heist, of course, which will be exactly the best vehicle to use to get to the Kortz Center. That's why I have this out right now, by the way. And also, it's using like setup stuff for like hack standard, like I was basically suggesting earlier, to do like off stream like Monday or something. So yeah, by the way, I already know all these are on discount, so we'll be going over all these in depth here. And they're not faulty vehicles, they're all on the website. Like, for sure, basically, like, basically the same thing that happened the last week. Maybe with it being like the last update before GTA 6 VI, but not flat out confirmed by Rockstar be technically the final update of the game, even if I would like it to be, in a sense. So I don't know, maybe it's just being they're gonna start doing it from now on or something, not really sure. Could be a possibility though. Yeah, like I said earlier, it's basically the best non-HSW sports classics actually for lap time. So if you're on the Legacy platforms, it is basically the best sports classics in the game. So this one's actually really good for this 30% discount right here. So again, it's free HSW, so it is 4th place for a lap time, like I think I said earlier. We'll go over pretty much earlier. And of course, it's top of A tier, like I suggested earlier as well. Well, yeah, 4th place lap time and 21st place apparently for top speed. So not the best for top speed, but like very good on lap time. Absolutely worth getting this one for Sport Classic races. If you care for that content in the game at all. Ponte Renner's DC8, 30% off over here is a muscle car. By the way. And it's apparently a B-tier muscle car. So not quite the A tier of like other non-HSW muscle cars, but it's the tier below that at B tier of like 19th place on time and 28th place top speed. And there's like 80 muscle cars in games, so it's not actually that bad on either metric per se, like in general. But you're not really going to want to use that in like your average race, though. And then like the real OG supercar here, the Tripade Adder apparently here is 30% off as well. Yeah, supercar class still in I tier apparently. Apparently. Which makes it 61st place apparently for round time, which is absolute garbage. Out of like around like 70. With the CLC, I think there is over 70 cars, which still doesn't even make it that good. Obviously, yeah. It is like 26th place or something for like top speed. But that's after the last update, that's not even counting for like the new supercars in this update. But like at best, like the 20s, if you take away like the HSW options, if you actually take away HSW options in like the early 20s at best, which really isn't even that good. Like it's 2013 for a reason, just get this vehicle story mode, don't even bother getting it in online, I would say. Unless you just really like the vehicle for a customization or something. Which day one vehicles aren't that good for customization compared to newer ones, of course. And then yeah, Alice Carmi apparently in the prize ride. Which requires place top 5 for 4 days in a row. Top 5 part is easy, the 4 days in a row is the difficult part. Having to bother with like over half of the event week to get the vehicle is kind of the annoying part. Yeah, pursuit races are 4 players, so you can do 4 and 5 player pursuit races, which is basically a guaranteed entry for the challenge each day. For those that don't understand how that works, and a street race is basically the same thing, but you can do 2 and 3 players as well, in addition to 4 and 5 for guaranteed entries. Anything higher are not guaranteed entry for the challenge, obviously though. And then as for drag and drift races, those came out in 2023, so I don't actually think those count for the prize or challenges, unfortunately. I will admit I haven't played them with multiple players, but solo, they definitely do not count solo, I can confidently say that. But I want to bet since they came out like 2 years later, they don't actually count for the prize or challenges. I would probably have to imagine, unfortunately, just because they don't really go back to like older content, make it consist of like newer content, or like compatible with like newer content or something, basically. And then there's also like sprint races there. There's also free mode sprint races, which I don't really think count either, since those aren't technically all its car meet series. I think they're just something you can do in free mode. But I'm not 100% on that. That one's on some Cinder Desperados, 2-door. And it's actually not that bad, actually, for top speed, at least, apparently, fun fact. Like, that's not the craziest off-road look. It's kind of just civilian looking for off-road of all classes. I think it's kind of looking like a truck, though, so I think that's kind of why they throw in off-road. With kind of like the longer, like, back there, basically. But it looks like no lock on Jimmer or any of the fancy belt whistles for this one at all, unlike the Lux Cypher. Also, I'm pretty sure this does not have a trade price, so I think every player's price will be 1,280,000 no matter what. For the savings. And yeah, going off the spreadsheet, apparently it's a G tier off-road vehicle, which gives it 25th place lap time and 9th place top speed, which isn't actually as bad as you might think it is, since there's like so many non-raceable vehicles in off-road. Like there's 4 to 8 raceable ones in it, so like 16, and I think even with this update, 17 are not raceable at all. Since there's a new armored character, there is the new character armored, which I think means there's like 65 off-road vehicles, like 17 not even being raceable at all. But like even then, the lap time is just not that good on this vehicle compared to other ones. Just wouldn't bother with it for a lap time on most off-road races. You would only really want to bother with it for like a pure straight off-road course, like on an airstrip or something. Most likely. But it has an interesting niche that could make it kind of worth getting, I suppose. And then yet overthought on TNT HSW. That is an HSW car released from Los Santos Drug Wars DLC. Same update actually as the 4 over there, ironically. And I think it's actually the worst one for lap time for all the supercars, including like the Neutral GT. I know it's not on the spreadsheet, but it is actually worse lap time than that even. And there's another HSW supercar due to come out later in this update, known as the Horus HSW, apparently will be coming out in the future. So it's not 100% known where that one would perform just yet. But I want to bet it would actually be pretty good for a lap time, since the new GT is like the top option for top speed that just came out in this update. So the NTMT is pretty much just going to be like the worst HSW supercar of like 7 HSW supercars in the whole game, which is kind of insane. So I guess you can, anything HSW is pretty good, honestly, but like, yeah. It might be like 3rd place top speed or something, not the worst for top speed, but like, again, top speed in general is pretty niche, even for HSW, and not going to be the most impactful, like 3rd place top speed. 4 or 7 in the class, eventually, or like 4 for something, not like worst. Especially with the garbage lap time it gets, that's like D tier or something even. And then, yeah. That's the list of 30 vehicles, soon to be 31 with the Horus HSW eventually releasing. That can be usable in HSW time trials. Well, aside for the weaponized Ignis, you actually cannot use that one anymore. Only when the game like first launched you could use it, otherwise they eventually blacklisted it from the time trials. Saludo. Since there's a weapon on it, they blacklisted it, even though you can like use the weapon for the brief time you could even use it for time trials. So I don't know like why they even did that. Basically though. Also, this one's not even vaulted anymore. They actually like brought it back in Agent Sabotage, but they never like update the listings. So that's a mistake on here, by the way, for Sterling GT. Which is kind of important to mention since it is actually it supports classics and that's the premium race right now. For the class, yeah, the NTMT is Southern San Andreas apparently. I know that for a fact. It's definitely on that site. Or maybe it's even on Legendary and that might be a lie, and I don't actually know 100%. Again, if this has a mistake, this could be a mistake as well. And these are like the weaponized Ignis, but you can actually take off the silk mines. But if you have silk mines on Senior TT, Buffalo EVX, you actually cannot use those too. Like the weaponized Ignis, since it kind of counts them as a weapon, I'm guessing. But if you take off the silk mines, you actually can use those ones. Which I have done already for both of those. But again, I basically are set the best classes to use for HSW and like land races in general. With the rigor time trials section. But I think that would do it basically for the... Oh, it's car meet. So now over to the luxury autos dealership. Yeah, dealership only ever has 2 vehicles, and those ones actually do not usually tend to be on discount, so I might be going for that one pretty quick. I didn't really check what the business was for that, but I don't really care to bring it up. I don't really bother with the LGT stuff too much. Like on average, really, on average, really. Kind of should do it more since like, especially with the heist kind of like the completion bonuses, and they get like neutered to shit in the new update now. Which I didn't even mention actually. Those original heist ones actually don't get neutered that bad actually. Similar to Titan Job, those ones actually don't get neutered too bad. After your first completion, I actually forgot to mention that earlier. But again, I might be mentioning more details on the standard later. Once I feel like I can more so do that. Car shipments, okay, cool. Cool. Alright, so the Albany Marua, which is a new vehicle for deal. See, that's definitely not going to be on discount already then. And then I saw East Stride, that also came out just this update, so these are definitely not on discount, I can 100% say. Marua is actually pretty good for sedans, if I remember right for sure though. And then the East Stride is similar to the iWagon, except it's not like terrible top speed. I think it might have like a worse lap time than the iWagon, but then it also has like kind of average top speed to kind of make up instead of being like the worst for class. And I think it was like the second electric SUV in the game after the iWagon of contract. So I think if you had to choose one, I think the Marua is the better one here. But those are definitely not going to be on discount, like for sure. They just came out with the new update. Over to Premium Dogs Motorsport then. C-Type, I think it's definitely not vaulted. Some of the Audis are just going to be some discounts like it was last week. Broadway is definitely not vaulted. Doing like shops, it was like never vaulted for sure on that one. The D1. Found our bounties are like 2024, that was definitely never vaulted. And Ballistic Canger from like Casino Heist, I'm pretty sure. Alright, yeah. C-Type's a 30% discount. So we'll actually be going in pretty good detail on this one. I think pretty much all of these are going to be discounts as well done like last week again, like expected. Apparently the Z-Type's a E tier sports classics, giving it 23rd place lap time, and even 4th place for top speed actually, which I think is basically the best non-HSW top speed. So like the Uranus low speed, the balanced car meet, having the best lap time for non-HSW, it's basically the same case, but for top speed instead, so definitely one to consider, I would say, for sure on the Z-Type. So I need like 950k, I think, as well in like online particularly. Compared to the ludicrous 10 million, I think it is, in like story mode or something. So it can actually generally be pretty worth it. Still performs actually pretty good for 2026. Especially in the niche top speed department. But again, that's pretty niche, so really consider if you want it or not. It is 2013, so you could definitely just customize in story mode as well. That's also an option. Another muscle car one here as well. Ironically, like right after a sports classic like the other dealership as well. So this one's a much worse muscle car than the Ruiner ZZ8. We had a Broadway, but what was also in GTA San Andreas as like the Pitmobile, which is pretty cool. Fun fact on that one. Kind of would be cool to have a side mission like that again, but they don't really do that, unfortunately, nowadays. It seems. Apparently, the Broadway's a K tier muscle car with 70th place for lap time. and as well as 75th place for top speed. So it's actually not good at all for either metric. You can, however, use it in taxi work though if you absolutely like wanted to, but it's not even that good there. So I don't know if it's like ideal to, but you can do that at least. Since no picking side missions, you can at least use it for taxi work. Chavez V6. Is that like sedan? I forget. It might be sedan. If not, it's like a coupe or something like that, I think. Alright, yeah, it is actually a sedan. At least with the previous updates, if I was in Hills, it's S tier first place lap time as well as 8th place top speed. I don't know what I don't know why Ron's calling me. I don't really think there's anger raids or anything, so it's not an important one. So definitely hung that up for sure. But anyways, after that rude interruption there. Yes, it is in fact sedans. At least the previous update, it was top of the class of like S tier first place lap time and 8th place top speed. Which, by the way, sedan has no HSW vehicles, so it's actually the platform. Or so. It is actually seeing performance on all platforms with what I just said. But it may have also been dethroned by the Marula. I'm not 100% certain. That one actually might be the new #1 lap time. But still, it's very good regardless, though. Never supports classics here, I believe, with the D1. Wait, you have to have 2 players for that. Okay, I'm not playing that shit, I don't think. Like, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. I'll still keep it as the title, but I'm not gonna even play that shit. Like, nah. I don't want to play with somebody else. Like, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. That's why I haven't done, like, the creator content 4. I stopped at, like, the 3rd one, I think, for last update. Yeah, Sports Classics. Yeah, Coquette D1. It's apparently a D tier Sports Classics at 19th place for lap time. But it's actually 7th place for top speed, which is pretty good. Pretty good. And finally, last but not least, was the Kanjo Kanjo. And yeah, I wasn't saying it still, but each one of these is in fact 30% off. Now I got to this final one. Because I am checking these wire for the discounts. Obviously. And this one's a compacts in a pretty niche class, actually. And it's apparently the A tier option, the sole A tier option, apparently, for the class even. Or, actually, I'm looking at the wrong vehicle. It's the sole B tier option, though. It's the only B tier for the class. For the compacts class, yes. Which only even has 17 vehicles in game 2, which aren't even, like, raceable. Where it's 4th place for the lap time, as well as 3rd place for the top speed, apparently. Pretty good on that one. Pretty good on that one. But again, compact's a pretty niche class. I don't know if you want to use it for racing too much, most likely even anyways. Even if you did, not a lot of like compact races really happen in the game, pretty much. On average, on average. I would imagine, at least. I would probably imagine, at least. So like all of them are actually pretty good for some kind of performance in this dealership, besides for the Broadway. That one, you really just want for taxi work. For anything that really matters much in the game, even taxi work, you have better options anyways. Whereas I think the other dealership is pretty much just the low speed, unless speed, that was pretty good. Okay. Probably check the FIB priority file here. FIB priority file apparently for the event here is fine art file with a $306,000 payment instead of like the usual amount. So while the weekly priority file means there's a 2 times boost, you can also sadly only do it one single time for the event. And if you do grind these like a lot, like Fine Art and Project Breakaway are like the best to use. If you like actually do as your main grind, it's kind of not going to be good, unfortunately. Then, but on the flip side, if you only ever do priority files, then it's a pretty good one to have it on. I think after I go to like salvage yard, basically. Or like I usually talk about money opportunities like out here actually, so I might do that even like a size for the priority file. But yeah, priority files are never on the news wire, so I have to go more out the way for that one. So I would kind of do that first this time. Alright, so yeah. I kind of want to talk about this stuff from earlier. So yeah, they do call it Fleet's a job, Pacific Standard job. I don't know like why they like just called them Heist as that job and like on the thing, but they did. Yeah, honestly, screw that one fucking... Yeah, screw that. Yeah, screw the steer for like honestly though. Like, I'm probably never going to do this particular one. But yeah. I actually got that up to 1.3 apparently, okay. I didn't explain my full story, that was like the last take, so I'll explain some of that, I think. But yes, though. So the voice a job. Again, I don't think there's too much worth mentioning there. Like, it's really easy to do. It's the 2-player heist of the 2015 heist. I assume when I got like 300-ish K for 50%, that had to be weekly completion bonus, where it's like worth like almost 800K on hard. And I have to imagine that was on weekly completion bonus. I can't really see them giving like $1 million on if it's a job, but like for something that easy, even on weekly completion bonus. And nice thing is too, it doesn't actually drop off that hard compared to some other content that has a weekly completion bonus. And then yeah, Pacific Standard job is where I did want to say more on for sure though. I didn't do it earlier because I want to make sure I got more stuff covered this time. But yeah. So yeah, for heist setups, I think there's the vans one or something with like the navigator and like the driver kind of system. Like as long as you have like a driver navigator go like together, it's a really easy one to do. But of course, if you're doing heists with random, some idiots are gonna mess that shit up basically because people just basically go in their own vehicles like no matter what. I find. So yeah, good luck with that one if you're doing it for randoms personally. But yeah, that's basically heists in general, at least, especially after Felicia, basically. Extend Prison Break onwards, like, doing that shit with randoms is just a disaster. For the most part. But second one's either hack or signal. I don't actually remember what the second setup is between those two, but I'm pretty sure it's definitely one of those two. But yeah, hack. There's like a van I think you have to take to another location. If you know the location, like where the combat happens, you can do the combat first and then take the van there, which is actually better to do. And that won't fail the mission. I'm pretty sure you can actually do the combat in like one area and then pick up the van, make that section a whole lot easier to do for that one heist setup. Signal. You used to be able to use a Torador for a brief period of time, like a submarine vehicle. But they took that out of heist setups at some point, unfortunately. But yeah. The Torador from like Kybergo Heist apparently not used to be allowed in the setups like Vigilante still is. So you used to be able to use that, which made it very easy to do. Get to the island of like Avi Schwartzman or something. But I think you have to do it more like the traditional way from like back then. There's one set of sea sharks where I think the objective is, but I think there's another set of yes, there is the sea sharks with the one objective, but like I think you can go like further north of that, and I think there's another set of sea sharks. You can somehow take that and it like skips the objective, or like it still does the like objective or something. Or maybe like one person has to take one at the other one. I'm not really sure how that works, unfortunately, but something like that. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Fourth set at Pacific Standard, like convoy. You have like the Savage helicopter at the beginning. You can easily take that out with like railgun shots or explosive sniper. If you have like the research for that, for like the bunker, all that kind of stuff. Or of course you can do like homing launcher or something like that, I'm sure as well. And eventually it can work fine. But more like the first two options I mentioned. For like that first Savage for the initial like vehicles that you have to deal with. And then like the vehicle in front of the convoy, I think it's the Insurgent like pickup or something, like the 2015 one obviously, because the custom didn't exist at the time. But yeah, definitely killed a character on the turret, because that turret person could be definitely pretty accurate. And then after that, do not blow up the barracks. Somebody blew up the barracks when I was playing that shit, basically. On Monday, basically, somebody blew up the barracks like a dumbass, of course, on the Heights of Randoms, of course. But yeah, when somebody steals the barracks, then it'll be like more vehicles spawning though, and then like more savages. You can still deal with the savages, I think, the same way, since not everybody has to go in the barracks, I'm pretty sure. So you can still do like the railgun, explosive sniper kind of stuff for those. And yeah, I think those can use explosive cannons on the mission if I remember right, so definitely be careful with that. And be sure to take those out efficiently, just in case. And then, yeah, I think from there the mission's like pretty easy to do. Like you have those other vehicles that aren't like the Insurgent pickup that you have to kind of deal with, the enemies in those, but like for the initial convoy, but like I'm sure that's not that bad once you take out the guy with like the in like the turret I was talking about. And Pacific Standard bikes is definitely the last heist setup. The first part of the mission is pretty straightforward. You just kill a bunch of like awesome sea people in their like East Vinewood like clubhouse, whatever. Steal the electros. It's there where it's just getting more difficult once you steal them though. Like obviously don't blow up the electros. Oh, and if you use like Vigilante, you can also take. I find that you can deal with like the front parts of the East Vinewood clubhouse, like on the left and like right, without blowing up the like electros if you're careful at least. But like after that, I would get out of there and then just go on foot and do combat on foot for sure. But yeah, once you steal the electros, don't like fall off the electro, don't like die, obviously, is the thing really. Like if you take the GPS route, it's probably where the most enemies spawn, which I kind of made that mistake. But somehow I got like really lucky on it and I actually did not die. I was like taking a lot of like sidewalks and I somehow just barely did not die, which was pretty sick. But I definitely should not have took the GPS route on that. So I was actually like the one person who almost died on that run I did off stream. But I somehow got really lucky and I didn't even have to snack or anything like that, and I somehow barely survived. But I was like one shot from dying, I think, ironically. And yeah, the actual finale mission, vehicle choice doesn't really matter on that, even if you use like a vigilante. You only really get to use it at the beginning of the actual like heist. Once you actually get into the heist, it actually despawns the personal vehicles. I think there used to be a method where you could use like a certain like close by like apartment garage. I don't know if you can actually do that anymore. I think they might have took that out, unfortunately, at some point. There might have been helicopter strat before, and they might have like took that out somehow as well. Particularly for the Pakistani job, I know it's something like Casino Heist or something, for example, though. But yeah, I don't think those two things are a thing anymore, unfortunately. Fortunately. But yeah, demolition and like whatever other role that like, goes into like the vault area. Those might be the only two people that can like pick up cash. But you actually only want one person to pick up the cash, so like two people are not getting like shot with cash basically. It's actually more efficient for just one person to take the cash. It is, yes, more efficient for just one single person to take cash instead of like two or like possibly more, if that's even like possible. And then yeah, crowd control. If you don't want to avoid the elite challenge, obviously just keep the crowd control like stuff kind of like maintained pretty well, like you should be doing. If it doesn't matter if you avoid the elite challenge or not, you can just hold an RPG, and I think eventually you'll just stay up there constantly, and you might just be able to like summon news agents, which does make the mission harder, but I think it also makes it easier at the end as well if you take a news van as well. But like the initial parts will probably be harder, obviously. So obviously then. Since you have like more of a police force, obviously after you done. And then ideally the one person that takes the cash should be staying in the bank, even with the shootout section like outside the bank. So like obviously the person's not losing cash when they're in like the shootout section if they were to actually go out there. Since you actually lose cash when you get shot, basically, obviously don't. So yeah, the person who actually takes the cash, ideally one single person, just stay in the bank during the shootout section. Like the initial shootout section, at least. In the shootout section for like unarmored police vehicles, you can easily just do like a railgun or something to blow up vehicles easily if you wanted to. And then, yeah, then you go into like the alleyways. When you go to alleyways, just go like directly to the east, like right to the east. Like when you face the alleyways, it's basically to like your right, like the east side. Otherwise, where you're facing, basically at least. Albeit technically, I think you would be looking south of the map. I think technically. So would that be west technically? I'm not really too sure, honestly. Honestly. But either way, by the alleyway, you can do some like jumps on like the right side or something of where your character like will be facing. Do some like parkour basically, and then you can go to like a staircase eventually. When you like turn right basically from the staircase, and then you basically go straight, that's basically where the bikes is at basically. And you do have to make sure you trigger the like in. And yes, I think you do have to trigger the yellow like destination like markers or something while you do that. Just keep in mind. But if you trigger those yellow destination markers, if you go to like kind of like the parts of like no police at all, it obviously saves your health like by a lot, which is definitely very helpful. And yeah, when you do that straight, eventually you can basically go over to the bikes. Once one person gets on the bike, I think it objective jumps like head to the canyon to like the last part of the like heist, or some of the last parts of the heist at least. And I think from there you can like blow up the bikes or something. It will just go to that when like you lose there or something, even if not all people like actually arrive there. Which is mostly a thing if you voided the elite challenge already, like something like the news agents or something like the SWAT, basically. So you can checkpoint like that, basically, if you wanted to, like, kind of, like, jump skip, especially if, like, the person's still in, like, the bank or something, not losing, like, money or whatever. But if not, then everybody can just go to the bikes eventually, of course. And yeah, ideally, somebody might even want to like blow up the bikes on the times after. Nobody. Yes, ideally, somebody might want to blow up the bikes on attempts after, so that nobody takes their own like way, basically. Especially on like a heist with randoms, maybe save randoms from being like really dumb. If you just blow up the bikes on them before you get on them somehow. Basically. And try to take like a four-door car if there's not yet like a SWAT van to take or something. Or if you're trying to do the elite challenge method where you actually do it with the elite challenge, you'll basically want to take a four-door car instead with like all players in a four-door car. With a really, really good driver, obviously, because it gets kind of hectic. And try to make sure the vehicle doesn't get shot too much and like explodes or anything. Yeah, so really I don't have much time or something. I think it's kind of kicking like an idle timer thing. Probably though. Probably I'm moving the menus too much since I was explaining the pack standard a lot. Actually though. Still very much am. But yeah. There's that one like Vespucci Beach Highway you want to basically try and go as much as you can. Or if not, then try to follow GPS route and eventually, instead of going to the canyon, actually go to that highway, like Vespucci Beach Highway. Basically, the highway that's on like the left of the map, basically, or like the west, like side of the map, highway kind of area. Like that spot, like forcing Kudo, basically. And eventually, there's like some dirt road you go to that goes to like the boat area or whatever, basically. And I think you get like 9-10 minutes or something around there to do that as well. So there's a timer as well, keep that in mind. So if you're trying not to avoid the elite challenge, do like a standard 4-door car. If you don't mind avoiding the elite challenge, you should be using like a SWAT van. And don't have people like shooting in the SWAT van. As long as you do that, like cash will not be lost from the person like when they're like not just staying in the bank, basically, if you're trying to get as much take as possible. And then it's basically the thing basically done. Once you get to the boat, it's basically just the same thing. You just skip like all the unnecessary driving the canyon like with the bikes, which is very unnecessary to do. Just makes the heist more difficult for like almost no reason. for almost no reason. We don't even have to do that, basically. It's basically. Alright, so that's a Pacific Standard Guide. So that is basically a Pacific Standard Guide explained. As best as I think I could have explained it, basically, like, with words, basically. And yeah, I think I mentioned already, but yeah, it's like 5.3 to like 5.6 million or something, I think, like, on hard for back standard with weekly completion bonus. Which 15%, by the way, I think it was like 700 to like 800k, by the way, so I think that's part of like that amount I had for like the career progression. I think I showed my tier 4 is like 1.2, 1.3 million or something. Like, the rest of that I think was like Felisa, and possibly some heist setups thrown in there or something, if those count or something. Which, by the way, the heist setups, when you change, it looks like pack standards are like 40k, I believe, which are pretty good, pretty alright. I mean, alright. I mean, obviously not a lot of money, it's just a heist setup, not the actual heist itself. But yeah, I think there was like 1.5 times permanent boost or something with the latest update, Kortz Center Heist, for the OG and Doomsday heist setups, so pretty interesting. Pack standard ones are like 40k now or something, so what they used to be or something. Albeit, I think some yes, I think some double money events had it even at like 50k, so it's not even that far below that, which is nice, which is nice. Size setups, I don't think they usually put on like 2 times or anything. It's like a rare thing to do, basically. If they did 2 times on top of the 40k, that would be like 90k. High setups would be kind of crazy, which I don't really think they'll ever do, of course. Would be interesting. And yeah, Felisa and Pakistan actually don't drop off too hard, since those actually don't get a direct nerf after you do them on the first time. Like, yeah, you don't have the weekly completion bonus anymore, but they also don't have like a nerf past the weekly completion bonus to, like, say you're only getting like something like a 400k like pack standard or something, instead of like 2 point whatever million for like the total take for the whole heist. I'm talking about like a Kortz Center being dropped off from like 1.23 million to like 400k or something like that was kind of mentioned earlier for like after weekly completion bonus. You don't really get that heavy of a drop off, at least for those ones, which is definitely nice. Alright. So it turns out there actually is an extra primary target for the Kortz Center heist, by the way, known as To Be About the Bush. But that wasn't actually put on the like main menu, it was just the like first 2 I mentioned that were mentioned there. Not counting the Outcome of Endeavor, that's for the Fine Art Collector program for the Outcome of Endeavor I was posting earlier. That's not applying to those 3 other primary targets, basically. For the ones that are like 1.23 million or whatever. And yeah, August 6th for the second week of the like summer heist event. We'll have another set of like 3 primaries, I'm sure. What the shit? This character here. Where this bitch come from? What the fuck? Ish. Guess because I'm in the road in general here. Because I guess I'm in a lot here in general. Whatever. Wait, it bailed? Interesting. And he also recommended, by the way, using the Heist board for the official Rockstar Games Discord, if you use that, by the way. Is a way you can maybe try to recruit some people for your heists. If you use that kind of thing, of course, which I don't. But I'm just mentioning just in case people do. And yeah, the Cypher Livery thing is over in 17 hours completion, like 3 real life days it will take to get, only after you've done it, basically. But yeah, I did it like Monday, it was already there on like Wednesday, it looked like, so it took a little less for me, it seems. But that's like as long as it should take to get to you, basically. Also, as a login reward, there's the Pacific Standard sweater. And that's for the first week only. Log in anytime before August 5th. Not for the week 2. Just week 1 for that login reward. The Amateur Wars Cow Perico to like 2 times thing is brought back apparently for this event. That's 4 to 28 players. Player count's extremely high on this one, so it's pretty easy to get like a huge payout for this one compared to the map. Yeah, maximum player count is quite high on this one, so it's quite easy to get a max payout for this one compared to like most adversary modes, so it's pretty good, So I think it's a pretty interesting adversary mode, which is most other ones, I think. Yeah. Probably. Yes, though. Probably make no more than like a couple $100,000 like an hour on that mode, but like if you just want a mode of fun that you don't really care to make too much serious money on, it's a pretty good mode, I would say. I would say. Also, there is shipwrecks apparently for 2 times money RP. Is that the one where you get like the frontier outfit, like the pirate kind of outfit? I don't really care for that collectible too much. I don't really think it's going to be that worth it. Aren't you limited to like 1 a day or something like that? I don't think I've ever like actually got that outfit because like it's too tedious to do. I just never bothered with that, if I remember right. Basically. It's not some like clothing thingy or something you can just knock out like 1 stream, so I'm not really a big fan of that. I don't know if I'll see it in here at all, since it might count as daily and hit. Yes, it might count as daily, and I might have to actually get one for it to show up on the list. But yeah, I think it's like a daily thing, and I think you actually can only get like 1 a day or something, which isn't even that good. It's kind of a throwaway money opportunity. It's one you probably don't necessarily need to bother with too much. Plus, I think getting like one of the like DLCs, they even like used it to pay like as a permanent boost kind of thing or something. It's like I don't necessarily know what that is for payout, but I'm pretty sure it's not even that good. Not worth it. But you can use GTA without like EU or something and try and find it pretty easily or something. If you wanted to, I suppose. Alright, wicked challenge. You have to apparently win 2 adversary modes, so it's basically either Sumo Remix 1 to 7 or the Assault on Cayo Perico. Ideally is going to be your one you're probably going to do, so that's the 2 times or whatever. Might quite frankly be easier when somewhat remixed since there's not as much players to compete against on that one. Could be wrong though. Could be wrong though. I feel Modern War's Copper is probably get too competitive, I'm gonna guess. To win that one too efficiently. But if you want to eventually build for that, that's how you win the Wicked Challenge. Or whatever. Yeah, this one actually requires multiple players for this mission. Like, seriously, I don't actually think I'm gonna bother playing that. I'll still title the stream that, like I said. I'm not even gonna bother playing that, I'll be honest. I'll be honest. Cocaine, whatever. Whatever. It actually doesn't sound like next week's is a 2-player one. I hope not. Like, God, that would suck. But I think it's the first 2-player required, like, mission, community mission, which I'm not really going to probably bother with too much. On stream, at least. On stream, I'm not going to, at least. I'm checking something briefly just to make sure on something. It's not actually a discount or anything here, right? Alright, it might be right now. But are the life missions sitting on it 2 times? I'm not really sure on that yet, or whatever. I forget, is there a way to check it for the playlist or something? Like Maker or something, like if it's on like a time, since like top of the mission list or something. I forget. Whatever. Thought there was like some way to do it if I remember right. Oh, I guess just because I did something like that. Weird. Well, it actually does say there's Super Yacht Live on 2 times right now, apparently for July 30th, August 5th. Oh, so I guess that goes on for both weeks. Okay. So it turns out Super Yacht Life missions are in fact on it 2 times money. Weren't they on like 4 or 5 times or some insane amount like before, like Safe House and Hills, if I recall? It was like, I think it was the last event of like money fronts or something. Yeah, I think it was actually like the last like event before like the money fronts ended, before like Safe House and Hills like started. I mean. So it's the last event during the money fronts DLC event, like before Safe House and Hills. It was like what, insane 4 times, 5 times money. Kind of getting like around half of that, or something like that. You could probably make some alright money with those missions for sure. And unique with those missions, since you start with like a yacht and there could be like a helicopter and a yacht, I find personal aircrafts are much better for those missions than like other contact missions. So I do like those missions a lot, or at least the ones that I use are like personal vehicle options, which some of them don't. Like the one where you're like stuck on a yacht for the like whole mission, like the PvP kind of focused mission on the actual yacht itself. Or the ambush or whatever, that one doesn't really let you do that. And I think the final mission doesn't really let you do much with personal vehicles either in the Strand. A lot of the other ones I think do let you. Or at least half of that mission Strand is pretty good with like personal aircrafts, which I do kind of like a lot. So I think those missions are actually kind of pretty worth it. Even on 2 times or something. Even on 2 times or something. The last mission particularly is kind of broken, and there's like a quick way to do it as well, where like the helicopter actually gets destroyed by the yacht defenses instead of actually having to do all the huge PvP fighting. There's like some way to do that that makes that mission like really exploitable, easy to do constantly if you wanted to. That's like the best way to do it, basically. Also, there is also tropical bangles and tropical glow necklace apparently for login rewards in addition to the Pacific Standard sweater for the first week of the 2-week event. For the summer heist events. For the 2 weeks of that. Oh, and also the weekly challenge actually gets you a Manor tie-dye tee. Oh, and also for the weekly challenge I didn't mention, but there's the Manor tie-dye tee available for the weekly challenge as well, in addition to the usual 100k. Dr. Dre, Dr. Fuck-ass retard. Yeah, nah, I don't really care. Not low-key. Dr. Dre music's pretty cool. Not hating, I'm just kind of mean and shit, basically though. Just not even a bob of that feature really though, it's not really that worth it. They won't even let me flip off Dr. Dre, so I'm not doing that shit. Fuck that shit. If you actually do the flip off emote, it actually won't let you do that to him, which is funny though. Don't know why they really care if you flip off like a celebrity, like fake version of a celebrity character. I find that kind of dumb, but yeah, it's a thing apparently though. Cause I fucking tried that shit. Bit of wiki salvage yard stuff up next year. Oh, there's actually a claimable vehicle this week, it turns out. Okay, cool. Yeah, standard, range, mid-range, and top range, I think is what I consider as personally. You got 2 tuner silkcross ones, interestingly, here, apparently. Right, those aren't on the news wires. Have to actually refer to the GTA series videos can post actually for that one. Then that's right. That's right. And as a reminder, I kind of suggested earlier, but it is the last week for anything Final Collector program that was like obtainable before the DLC started, like the free Vault keypad thing, instead of having to pay some kind of like price for that, which lets you practice that like hack game and that hack minigame thing with the circles, which is very helpful to get for free, instead of whatever fee they'll probably charge after. Not sure what it would be, but still. And the outcome of Endeavor, getting like the extra couple thousand. Getting the extra couple thousand could be helpful, of course, for like career progression or something on the newer platforms at least. But yeah, salvage yard stuff though. Finally, I think finally covered though. See a fuck ass body for some area fuck me up, of course. Of course. So apparently though, standing range target of the Vapid Diamond GTTs for the podium robbery, aka the casino one, obviously though. Muscle car for Los Los Santos Junior's deals. See, the lesser the two ones, so it's just the lower one between that and the ASP. But max sell value $144,000 and salvage value $275,200 apparently. But yeah, not pick favorites here. The next one here is a PFIS or Comet S2 Cabrio for the mid-tier vehicle, or whatever I like to call it. Or instead of mid-tier, I mean the mid-range vehicle. I mean. But it's a gangbanger robbery, the one at the like Mission Row police station in the city. Or actually, it's not a tuner subclass. I'm confused with the regular Comet S2. I said both were tuners, but that's actually not true. This one is the one that's not the tuner. From the contract DLC. For the PFS Comet S2 Cabrio, the convertible like sports car from contract DLC here. I had the wrong one in mind. Also, apparently just announced the LS Pounders plate. And yeah, I don't know the main plates on the other ones, but you cannot claim the other ones anyways, so it doesn't really matter. So if you claim it, you will get the LS Pounders plate with them, for sure, as well. But it has max sell value for $93,000 and then salvage value of $314,400. And yes, this is claimable. I do have performance cover for this one then as well and stuff. This one's in the sports class, and because it's not tuner subclass, it can actually be better performance than like the average tuner subclass as well. As well. If I remember, it's actually better for top speed and what's on this one. Alright, yeah. Ironically, it's actually right above the Cypher. So this one's actually a F tier, apparently, which actually means Cypher was top of G tier, by the way. And it's 63rd place, actually, for a lifetime, which actually is worse, but I think it's much better performance overall, just because that's much better top speed or something. Which is 16th place compared to like 95th at like Cypher, by the way. So without the 6 HSW vehicles, it actually would be a 10th place actually for top speed, putting it actually in the top 10 technically. So on your legacy platforms, it actually is a top 10 top speed. So it can be a niche vehicle, could be an interesting niche vehicle to get a hold of. Ford's kind of niche for good sports car top speeds. But I don't know if it's that worth it. At least on the current platforms. The Invetro Coquette D10. Find over the top range vehicle of the event. Yeah, this one's apparently part of the McTony robbery one. It's actually the McTony robbery for the one that's like all the way from Pluto Bay. So yes, if you have like the cheapest location, it's actually basically the closest location. If you have the cheapest location for salvage yard for whatever reason, for that McTony robbery, ironically. But yeah. This one was released, I think, during the Los Dos Santos Summer Special, I'm pretty sure though. Like, summer 2020. Yeah, max sell value for $199,000. And solid value of $319,200. So that basically does all the vehicles for the one at this time. Alright, yeah, after all the fees there, I'm actually still in early 9 million. I like that. But I gained a couple million from like the 1 point-ish so I got from like the heisting, like I said, as well as like I did like 1.6 million outcome of Endeavor sale, like I said. I kind of was going to keep it if I knew I was going to be able to get the week 3 one. Because I set up on the week 2 and then I sold it during week 3. So I actually wasn't entirely sure if I was going to be able to get it again or not, so I sold it. But again, I'm not going to really look at the penny anyways, so it's probably better to sell it than to keep it anyways. Even if there will never be like another opportunity to get it again or something. I'm not really sure, not really sure. I don't really care about keeping the pennies too much. So that's what I need to do basically for like tier 4 or something. So I just keep like 5 random ones, I don't really like care too much. Even if there's some cool references on someone, I really just don't care. Yeah, there's 3 times can mission series, interestingly, but was it only going to be the one new mission that's been 3 times? There's a 2-player mission too, so you need to play with like somebody else. If you like doing something like that, sure, I guess it'd be kind of worth it. Probably won't even get like 100k for it, I'm gonna guess. But like, I could be wrong, You might get more money with more players. I think that's something in like the Rocks create contact missions, so that might be a thing in the like user created ones as well. I'm guessing. But yeah, I'm not going to give too much advice on that one. I don't really have an interest in playing it, especially this late in the event where I have to get this stream out. Basically, So I think it's pretty much remaining discounts to cover, including like gun ban, which I haven't done the gun ban. Probably save gun ban discounts for later. I pretty much want to go over to other discounts before I don't know. Like property discounts, all that kind of stuff. But apparently Pluto Bay businesses as a general thing is apparently 60% off for the week. Apparently. And that's only for the first week. Basically. So is that basically any business property located there for like any kind of like business kind of thing? Sounds like it, basically what it's saying. So you can get like the cheapest like facility, like some of the cheapest properties for even further discount, which is kind of nice. As like an entry fee, basically. Like that cheapest salvage yard I mentioned, for example, that's actually good for like Tony robbery if you wanted that for some reason. Not really ideal though. Basically though. But a lot of the Pluto Bay locations just are not going to be that good. Quite frankly. Oh yeah, Pluto Bay is this part, right? Yeah, right. So you don't even get ones like in Grapeseed even. That's just like a little further down. Like, bruh. You're literally giving like the worst business location discounts. What the fuck? No joke. One of the weirdest, bizarre business discounts we've probably ever done. But if you want an entry point facility, pretty fine, I guess. Same with the bail office. Some cheap clubhouses here. Albeit clubhouses in general are kind of cheap, so it's not really saying too much. Cheap salvage yard. Woo, gonna do like fucking Matoni robbery pro life, I guess. Submarine 1. Hey, even have an arcade over here you can do for Casino Heist. Oh man, I remember when I used to have that one because of like Prime Gaming at the time, I think, or something. Yeah, I moved that shit out of there eventually. Like, obviously though. Yeah, eventually moved out of all those occasions, but like, they're fine starting ones if you're like a player, I guess. What the fuck ever, I guess. Those are literally the budget business discounts, but at least they're 60% off, at least. Like, further discount than they usually get. As a trade-off, though. Yeah, I'm probably not going to recommend those too highly. So I'm not going to go too much into that. There's too much variety to cover for that anyways. Dynasty 8 also has property discounts apparently as well. Like the vast majority of like the best ones in the game basically are on discount. So anything that classifies as high-end apartment is basically on discount, which I think includes the penthouse ones, I want to say, but I could be wrong though. I have all the penthouse ones, I can't really check that though. But it includes like some still ones, like your basic kind of ones from like 2013 obviously. Which are definitely serviceable enough. So if you need like some different locations, if you need to be like closer for like certain elite challenges or something for like some original heist, are definitely pretty good. Because even with Vigilante, you mean like some person that did really good on police that did in like 6 minutes, like under the 5 minutes. So I think you need certain locations to even do elites on some of the ones. Could be wrong though. Could be wrong though. If you want to like shoot for every single like elite challenge for it at like 2050 heist for some reason, then yeah, it might be good the various locations for departments then. And it could be a good opportunity to do something like that. Also, there's way too many vehicles that fit a certain criteria, but I'll just mention kind of the general thing. I don't want to go into specific vehicles, there's just way too many of them. But yeah, none of the regular vehicles are on discount. It's actually going to be your customized example ones on discount. So basically you're getting 40% off conversion, like costs of like Benny's vehicles apparently. So any custom example, like the upgrade cost is 40% off. Yeah, too many vehicles for that. I'm not going to mention all different performances for all that stuff, basically. So look up roughly 1322's like videos, like spreadsheet, all that kind of information if you want those performances. Yeah, that's way too many discounts for that website. Also, by the way, goes on for week 2 as well for all the business property discounts. And the Benny's conversion upgrade, apparently 40% off is a thing too for, yeah, week 2. Apparently. So there's some overlap on the discounts, turns out. And there is one more property discount that's not listed in like kind of general list of discounts, I believe, but it is a thing. I think for both weeks as well. Yeah, everything to do with the super yachts, whatever, is basically a 60% off discount for, I think, both weeks, but if not, at least the first week. So, for example, sorry, have the Aquarius, the most expensive yacht, basically. 500k to like 200k for like downgrading to the Orion is, yeah, 60% off, obviously. Being 300k off, that's, yeah, 60%, obviously. Like 1,400k, yeah. So yeah, 60, 600k, of course. How good they are depends on the features, really. I don't really like the cheapest one. The cheapest one is easily pretty ass. Because you get a helipad, but you can't even like use the helipad basically because there's no like helicopter on it. I mean, it's kind of good, I guess, if you want to put your own aircraft on there easier in a way, but like, otherwise, yeah, this one's easily the trashiest one. Pisces, though. I feel like either the Pisces or the Aquarius can both be kind of good. It says Swift on here, but it might even be a Swift Deluxe, even when it doesn't like say that. I could be wrong though. Could be wrong though. So the helicopter might be kind of better on this one than the Aquarius in a way, and in a way. The speeder is definitely quicker than the Tauros, for example. The like, Aquarius, if you want like a quicker boat for some reason. And they also come with a dinghy and like some sea sharks, or at least like better to do at least. In the case of the dinghy, that is apparently. Looking at them again. So it's really all personal preference, especially between the like more expensive two. The Orion's really not that good. I would probably definitely say 100% no. And all the cosmetics so they don't really do that much. So literally just actual cosmetic stuff. There's no like benefit to doing any of it really, aside for just the looks. There's no actual like functionality to any of it basically. I need the actual yacht itself. And yeah, you need the yacht for the super yacht life missions on the 2 times. Especially since you can kind of make some good money on that last mission with the kind of exploit you can do. With the like yacht defenses apparently kind of being trippy on that mission. After it came out for some time. Could make your money back, especially during that huge like 4 or like 5 times it did like before Safe House and Hills came out. That was like a really good time to make money on those. Like 2 times on that's also kind of fine. That's also kind of fine. Also, there's 2 vehicle discounts that seem to go on for 2 weeks. Like, aside for the Benny's ones. Basically, I was kind of talking about the conversion upgrades. Like, asides for those 2. One's actually one you can actually get for Tier 4, the original Heist, as I was basically showing off. Yeah, Tier 4 for original Heist is just not even worth it, honestly. That one's, like, way ridiculously difficult. Unless you have, like, friends you play with, like, constantly or something. They're, like, really actually good at the game. But if you're more of a slow player like myself, that one's just not even worth going for, I would 100% say. Even in the 50 million you're making, you can easily afford that vehicle so many times. But yeah, it's the armored one there, and also the regular one, by the way. By the way. So those are 4 doors. Zone San Andreas, surely. I'll be actually for discounts, I usually go in order of like the websites, not on the news wire actually. So yeah, I just wanted to make it clear those are for both weeks though. For those 2 particular discounts. I wouldn't think Arena's gonna have anything, but I'll look on a news wire before I click on it though. Cause usually I don't really do one for the Arena at all. Yeah, no Arena discount for a vehicle. Benny's, like I said, it's all the conversions, none of the stock ones. And that's for 2 weeks at least for the conversion ones. There might even be a stock one discount for a 2nd week, but I'll go over that if I have time later. I do not see a plane discount, so it doesn't look like Regis has anything. Or a helicopter or any kind of air vehicle discount. Actually, Motorsports gotta have something, surely. Surely. So I'll be checking that. I would think so. I would think so. Oh yeah, D1, which I talked about. Turns out has no lock on jammer, however though. Looks like 450k off for 30% as well. Broadway I already talked about. Almost 300k discount. Does have a trade price? I'm actually not too sure. If there is a trade price, I'm pretty sure it's something based on the taxi work, basically, though. And actually, this one can get a lock on jammer. Good to know. Doesn't really help it too much, though. Maybe it can make it a little interesting to taxi work, though, with a lock on jammer. Don't know, though. Like, there's just better options that have a lock on jammer as well. Like, I think the Hardy Way and the new van of the Louisville, whatever that came out, has a lock on jammer as well, even for a taxi work vehicle. Even. It is Z-Type. Yeah, it's 950,000 online for the ludicrous 10 million of single player. And yeah, you get like $85,000 off, it looks like. But yeah, no trade price for sure. It's just day one vehicle. And yeah, the adder, it's literally $1 million bucks, so yeah, 30%, so they're just exactly 300,000 off. Makes sense. I already talked about that one, of course. We got dealership. I don't really care to check those per se, see if they have lock on jammers. I think they were brought back eventually, especially being day one vehicles. So I guarantee they probably all lock on jammers since they got brought back, I'm pretty sure. And that's usually the criteria for those lock on jammers. Unlike some older vehicles, at least. If they're older and they were like removed from the website, that's basically why they were brought back. It's because they got put back with lock on jammers. It turns out I might not actually need to go back on it. Was only one section dealerships, okay, one's already covered actually. Should have looked more into that actually. There is actually one on here actually that wasn't covered though. If remembering right, basically though. And yeah, this is, by the way, yeah, the final week for $30 stealth for free. That's part of Final Collector program. So if you have not done this, then hopefully you basically do next, yeah. I'm releasing this basically on Thursday. That's right though, and that's where it turns to the next event technically for the second part of the Summer Heist event. Like, I've been basically mentioning that, so like, you're lost if you didn't pick that up, basically. And yeah, I think Buzzard and Insurgent Pickup on discount just glitched up since they were given away for free, basically, for Best Surprise 2018. with like Arena War DLC or something. I already owned both of those before, so they're just stuck like for free basically. Even though I got them paid basically before. But yeah, the Prison Bus, I'm pretty sure was added in Heist DLC with the Prison Break, obviously, like, Heist that was added in that update. While it doesn't directly have a trade price, technically speaking, I believe you do get it cheaper if you actually play the Prison Break finale, or whatever the criteria is, basically, back then, to actually even get the vehicle for purchase. So in a sense, it's kind of a trade price, but it was like added like much later on. Like much later on, they let you buy them for like more expensive prices. I'm pretty sure, if you didn't like do the heist or whatever. But yeah, not directly a trade price, technically speaking. 35k away from 200k, it looks like. So 165k discount for sure, pretty sure. Yeah, it's Pegasus. There's no like customization on the vehicle for that reason. And no storage limit for Pegasus. You might as well just get it if you want it, basically. And it's a service class vehicle or something, I believe. Which service isn't really raceable, I'm pretty sure if I'm remembering right. Or wait, actually, the prison bus in particular, I think is actually emergency class. That's right. That's right. Which, yeah, emergency is very much not raceable despite all the DLC vehicles. It's been getting like the last 3 years, basically, or about 3 years. But actually, for emergency class, it's actually the worst vehicle at Bridge 4th place for lap time and top speed. So it's basically a mean vehicle for the class. There's like no reason to really use it for the most part. It's just quite a random discount, but if you want to flesh out your Pegasus vehicle collection, I guess it's there for a discount. It's interesting choice for a discount when there's no completion bonus for that for the event, for like increased completion bonus for the Prison Break finale. Thank fuck, cause like, God, that one's such a horrible experience. Like all the Prison Break invites, you think people like literally never somehow completed that heist or never had the patience to do it, or something. Yeah, there's no boat stuff. It actually looks like, by the way, sides for obviously the yacht. So yeah, just yes, there's no cycle discounts either, obviously, because they're already like really cheap. So it's literally just the site remaining. Of course, some of them are going to be dealership ones that I've already basically talked about again. Right, I started Agent Sabotage, which is where they kind of started having them like all the new vehicles for like lock-on chambers. So yeah, this one obviously has a lock-on chamber because that's where they basically start putting on like all the new vehicles for the most part. Maybe besides for some aircraft ones in that Agent Sabotage DLC, but basically for the most part, pretty much every vehicle gets a lock-on jammer nowadays, if it's just a new vehicle even. Be a regular sports class, like, so I guarantee it's gonna fit for a lock-on jammer. Yeah, this vehicle you pretty much get like 100, like, no. Like 350-ish K or so around there. Like, whatever, 300, like 45-ish K or something. Like, close to that. Like, 42K? Whatever. It's easy 8 discount. Actually, yeah, by the way, I don't think Eva does have a trade price for those super decker ones. 4K away from 400K. So it's gotta be 396K. No lock on jammer. Yeah, the Blissa Kanjo dealership one yet again. So I basically obviously already talked about those three. I think this does have a trade price actually, and it's tied to like Casino Heist, where you select a vehicle as a getaway vehicle, and then you complete said heist, whether you use the actual getaway vehicle or not, or something of the sorts. So you have to host whatever heist you select the getaway vehicle for. Doesn't matter if you actually use the getaway vehicle on the heist though, or if you use like some police car or something to escape, and like helicopter straddle, that kind of stuff that people usually do. No lock on jammer for this one though. On supposed trade price, it's like 100, like 30,500 off. It looks like for sure. 30% off. And yeah, showers V6, whatever. And I would say in sabotage actually. So because it released and not laid up an update, it, again, it's guaranteed to have a lock and shine being a newer vehicle release. Actually, also has drift tuning apparently. Didn't remember that basically, but it's pretty top of its class. It actually could very well be a good drift tune vehicle, since non-custom vehicles you basically just remove like a couple few seconds, so they perform identical to like where they would with or without engine upgrades basically. So the performance would be identical for non-custom or custom even. And since everything's non-custom, obviously for engine upgrades in a drip race, you basically just compare the lap times between each of the different vehicles for the like drip stuff, or something like that. Probably a drip race is also go off of like a score system, so performance overall doesn't really matter on that for drift tune. But really, performance is pretty good for racing. I wouldn't really bother drifting on that one. And definitely good lock on jammer option, pretty top of its class. Okay, is there any other sets for that? Discount? Probably not, maybe at this point. This point. Yeah, no, definitely not. So I gotta talk about the remaining two discounts, which those both actually go for 2 weeks. They're both in the Heist update. Again, they don't technically have trade prices, but I believe they're more expensive if you have not done the Heist before. Basically. Like, this one wouldn't be that expensive, surely not. Also, I'm not sure, since it's not taking directly in the Heist, if it's available even without doing the Heist or not, just normally. For like the 95K. Or if it's basically tied to the same, like, system as, like, the Armored one, where you have to, like, do the whole release a job, and then they're both basically available. Like, back then. Or nowadays, you basically just get the cheaper price now, and that's not actually technically a trade price. But they eventually added a lock-on chamber to this vehicle. 4-door sports car. Back then it might have been really good, but there's just been a lot more 4-door sport cars since, like, over a decade later from the release of this one. But apparently Karima is apparently in the J tier apparently for sports. With 86th place lifetime in 99th. With yes, 86th place lifetime 99th place top speed. Which sports by the way has like 100 like 18 vehicles I think now with the latest update having like an extra sports car now. So like 117 or like whatever. But yeah, that's very much not good for either metric. Like it was the 2015 four-door sport cars where they're probably even more like not as practical for performance back then. Or I don't know, was still didn't even pretty good in the class back then as a four-door sports back when it launched. Might have been. Kind of depends on the vehicle, obviously, if it's a good four-door or not. Krima very much is not sadly a good four-door sports car. Definitely do not want to be using that nowadays. Krima Armored, by the way, on the other hand, is basically a worse performing one, but you actually have armor on it, which makes it a lot more useful. And actually, I'll provide switch off of that one. But I think actually only regular Krima has the lock-on jammer, and actually the armored one might not even. Yeah, no, sadly it does not. Sadly it does not. Albeit it's really bullet resistant, so I think the idea behind not having lock-on on this one for lock-on jammers is so that like there is an easy way to like destroy it basically. Though quite frankly I feel in 2026 people should be expected to have like FMJ rounds to deal with that kind of thing. I don't know why they don't just slap on a lock-on jammer at this point for this one. When I think literally you do get Def as a lock-on jammer, which is basically a similar vehicle anyways. And Armored Kara even has some pretty good bullet resistance, I recall. And it's supposed to have a lock-on jammer, I believe. But it just didn't. Except there was like a downloadable PS5 update like a day or two ago for like probably a bug fix update, surely. So I don't know if that like did something to fix that or not. Somehow. Like other vehicles with like similar types of armor actually already do have lock-on jammers, I believe already technically. So I'm surprised I don't give this one a lock-on jammer. It's kind of weird. But those ones are 60% off. You get quite a nice amount off. We have $525,000 to $10,000 for the heist completed like price basically. That's not technically a trade price. So it was a 2015 vehicle and trade prices were I think from 2016 onwards. So on that price, it's like 300. Yeah, 315,000 off. It looks like on that one. And it actually performs worse. One tier worse actually, it's actually a K tier instead of J tier. Which is 99th place actually for the lap time, which is kind of interesting since top speed on the regular one is actually 99th. And it's 106th place even for top speed. So it's basically just a worse So yes, performance-wise, it's basically just worse performing than the regular one, obviously, since it's armored. Realistically, it would actually hamper the performance of it. With all that armor, surely. But the armored one is easily much more useful since it's like one of the most bullet-resistant vehicles in the whole entire game. So if you need to resist bullet damage, this is a really, really good vehicle. The only bullets that penetrate is the FMJ rounds that got introduced later on with like gun running DLC. Which are like the purple magazine ones, I believe, on like certain weapons you can apply. Take one of those bullets to that, it will basically like shatter the glass and can one-shot a character basically inside if shot in the right spot. But you can also get it for free, apparently, for Tier 4 of the Heist thing, if you don't want to get the vehicle beforehand. But the thing is, the Armored Crewman is kind of essential, I would say, to do the Criminal Mastermind Challenge. You're probably going to have one anyways before you do this challenge for Tier 4. So even if you wanted to, it's actually ideal for Criminal Mastermind to have the Armored Crewman. Unless you want to rely on somebody else's Armored Crewman or something. But like, yeah, you're literally making 50 million as a required thing for the challenge, so you can afford that so many times, especially with the 60% off discount it has right now. Yeah, you might as well just get one, like, paid. It's not even that expensive, even without a discount. Looks like that's all the discounts that are not gonna be in discounts for the first week. I'll go over those still at some point though. What? Okay, what the hell? My desktop version of YouTube Studio is giving me like weird, like, visual glitches. I refreshed like one time and my stream wasn't even like there at all. Even like stuff that was like published or anything. And then I refresh it like the time after and it's like actually still going. It looks like, so that's good. Okay, I don't know like why suddenly. Maybe it's because I updated my iOS device and it like kind of works a little different for some reason with that. I'm not even sure. Everything seems good at least. Yeah, tunables might usually update at like 2, so I can surely do this HSW time trial here, no problem. Plus, even then, I think as long as I'm in the same session, I think I'm allowed to do that. I think, if I remember right, basically. As long as you stay in the session, I kind of still keep the prior event. Even if the new one technically goes to 5. But just in case, I'm definitely going to do that right now. I really have the gun and the cover for the minimum I need to cover. And yeah, obviously I'm very well aware that I just took the vehicle over here. I don't think in this take I said, but yeah, I'm still in the HSW Fireball ASP until it get the whole rotation done, until it goes back to like downtown Vinewood. As a reminder, basically. And it was because I had to use a vehicle before the new DLC came out by like a week or something, so that's how that ended up happening, unfortunately. And yeah, I technically used it before, but that was when the part time was like broken, where it was like a 0-second part time where you didn't actually get to truly complete the time trial with the vehicle. To where the time trial actually like disappears, it would actually just keep the time trial around. You'd only get like $2,000 no matter what time you got on it, basically. Or something. That's still a technical Fireball ESP to do. And it was like my only real option before the DLC came out, because I actually had to basically use something before the
You
update
calling for
came
some
out.
wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up.
Yeah, I wasn't just going to do like a repeat vehicle. Even though in a way it kind of was, but not exactly. It's like the only real kind of true option I had in a way.
I'll bring it by.
But I think it's what, like the 4th HSW, so I think I'm already like halfway through with the true run of the Parkwell ASP. Routed 8 different time travels. Yeah, I think since they introduced it like early for the tier 4, I don't think it like worked properly until like Money Fronts. So I didn't technically use it in the proper manners. Alright, 1 minute 59 second part time for this one. Okay. So I already mentioned the like couple like small little like shortcuts again. It's in the earlier half of the time trial, so it's pretty straightforward still arguably at this point. I realized that's for the obvious beginning being like going straight instead of like the one thing obviously I almost forgot to do that apparently. It's the worst in lighting right now, like it's dark basically. But yeah, obviously at a corner for the grass is where it's such like real big shortcut in this one. That's basically it. Besides for the very beginning thing, where you don't want to go like that weird roundabout way backwards, obviously. Honestly, no. Much more efficient go forward in the alleyway. Yeah, I kind of forgot to say you can cross through the highway like that, but yeah, that's how you kind of do that basically. So it's basically 1 to like 2, like maybe 3 at most. And they're all tiny shortcuts as well, basically. Oh jeez, I almost hit the like side thing there, honestly. And did not quite make it to like not be in the red, basically. Whatever. Oh, and fun fact, by the way, I think I heard for some reason they actually made the Stap City area look darker or something, because apparently it was found there was like a Lipton like iced tea like texture or something I think was found. I think I saw something like that on like Twitter or something recently from like some account or something. I don't recall what they were, like a Lucas 7, like Yoshi or something maybe, I think. Or maybe I'm misremembering the account, could be wrong. Something like that though, I think though. I heard that might have just been something like super recently too. Like literally Kortz Center Heist apparently had to make the area dark because it had some real life brand somehow. Was a small little texture in like the dirt or something. Don't know if that's true, but that's what I've heard at least. Yeah, right now the lighting's kind of too dark. 100% now. I don't like practice up, I'll realize more, or like, at all even. Oh shit, not the one killing me, what the fuck. I was looking at my phone too, I think it was on my radar before that. Bruh, fuck that mountain lion, I don't want to kill that shit so bad. Well, that mountain lion gonna get it if it's still there somehow. Might despawn after they kill you though, it could be wrong though. Can I walk over here though? Maybe that's it then. Are you it? Oh, you're just a coyote, okay. I need to kill something. Feel satisfied though. Oh, I'm definitely stealing my vehicle then. I didn't find the gun van, so I guess I'll be going for the weapon wheel to go over the contents then. For the gun van, I suppose. So, one non-discount weapon looks to be the tactical SMG. Released during Sanders Mercenaries DLC. Was a pretty significant new DLC weapon, basically, since before that you used to have to use the AP pistol, I think is the best drop-out weapon, with like 36 rounds. Going from 36 to 60, so to plus 24, which is a massive difference. So it's a very good weapon to the point where it's basically the best traditional drop-out weapon of the game. If you're on like motorcycles or like certain special like side seats, like helicopter side seats, all kinds of different special side seats, you can even use like assault rifles, like LMGs, like RPGs and stuff, even like sniper rifles, I think too, even. But in most vehicles, a tactical SMG is probably going to be one of your old reliable kind of like basic drop-out weapons, which is very good. That's the reason to get that one, basically. Compact grenade launcher is the next non-discount one. So, fun fact of this weapon. This and the regular grenade launcher, which I actually have in the gun locker right now, share the same exact ammo type. And when two different weapons share a different ammo type, or like the same ammo type, excuse me. If you put one with full ammo in the gun locker, then you have one on your actual character. Basically, every single time you're in a new lobby, it refills that ammo. So if you set it up a certain way, you can get certain weapons basically gain their ammo back each time you like lobby hop or something, basically. Probably some result of like the practically almost 13-year-old spaghetti. Probably some result of like the kind of almost 13-year-old spaghetti code in the game. I mean. So you can set up basically kind of a slight infinite ammo kind of thing going on with the compact grenade launcher if you wanted to do that, which I very much have set up. It works the other way. Yes, it works the other way around as well, so you can do it with the regular grenade launcher instead by having the other one in the gun locker. I do it with this one since you can actually use this one on a bike, which is very useful. Having like a grenade launcher you can use directly from a bike is definitely pretty useful if going really high speeds. Try not to get blown up yourself or something. Pretty good weapon combination with that trick for speed running, like stuff for like tier 4 and stuff for sure as well. So yeah, some tier 4s you do need to kind of speed run some content, especially for like some of the mission stuff like Cluck and Bell Farm Raid, Titan of a Job, and also like the No Way Out missions. Those have like some speedrun challenges, for example. If you're on newer platforms for those tier 4s. Another non-discount weapon for the gun van is a combat pistol. When you turn over to the pistol Mark II, it's basically your most box standard pistol at that point, I would say. So, like, it's not necessarily that good. It's just going to sit in the weapon wheel, basically, or in your gun locker. For the collection more than anything, really. Machete here for the next one here. Apparently for, yeah, non-discount weapon, or like the basic gun van discount, like 10% or whatever. Man, the machete, it's honestly pretty sad in this game compared to 3D Universe. Used to be able to chop heads and shit with the shit. But you can't even do that shit in this game. Kind of pathetic, honestly. Honestly. Like, you can use it for biker melee, like a lot of other melee weapons on bikes, but that's kind of about it, really. About it, really. That's even worth mentioning. And then discount primary weapons here. Railgun. Very good weapon even for the online, where it has like a bunch of nerfs. Even with all the nerfs, it somehow even manages to be a really good weapon. And it turns out, yeah, awesome seers being an idiot. Doing it on their turf and stuff, I suppose. So what you can do with the railgun actually makes it really good, and the one thing that actually saves it, the one thing that actually saves it for the most part from like all the nerfs it got from single player to online, for why it wasn't in the game online for like 8 years as an ownable weapon at least at all times, not counting the one in like bunker sales, or no, not bunker sales, but bunker source missions. Excuse me though. If you drop ammo, which you can, if yes, you drop ammo for $1,000, which you can do for Merryweather, which is a lot more of a tedious process, having to wait for the ammo to drop from like a helicopter or something. Or just dropping from thin air for the CO mini, which is a lot more preferable. But if there's like maximum COs or something like the public lobby, you can always still try to do Merryweather, but it probably gets buggy in like a huge public lobby, so probably will just do it this way. I didn't show in here, but right. If you do it this way, it costs like 2,100 even for like 3 shots. You can do a whole railgun from literally 0 to 20 even as long as you hold the railgun. If you have to hold the railgun for the ammo though. Do it this way, you get like all your ammo for only $1,000, which is the huge saving point of the railgun. It also technically does more damage than the explosive sniper, but you also have to lead your shots. You have to like know where something's going. Railgun shoots fast, I think, in like seal. Railgun actually shoots fast in single player, but in online it actually shoots like much slower, I'm pretty sure, or something. So you have to lead your shots basically. For like one of the nerfs, for example. And yeah, I said it was a discount weapon, but I don't know if I said like how it's on discount. It's a 30% off for Plus members, it turns out, so you do need the like $8 a month up the ass, like real money subscription for that shit, basically. Yeah, I don't know if it's worth it for just that or something, but like DLC month is basically like the best time to get the subscription if you ever are going to. It's like obviously this month might be a time where a lot of players have it compared to like other months. Obviously for sure though, for sure though. Me personally, I'm never getting a subscription. Fuck Cockstar nowadays though. Fuck Cockstar now fucking ass days though. Unless I pre-order GTA 6 via VI or something, which I'm pissed as fuck with the lack of disc fucking code in the fuck ass box bullshit. So I don't even see myself doing that shit or even getting the fucking game. Yeah. But yeah, the regular discount weapon find it was the service carbine. Apparently though. But yeah. Turns out like some of the later assault rifle editions it is kind of the better ones. Aside for the El Strickler. This one at least has a suppressor on it, so this one on like the El Strickler you can at least use for stealth missions. Albeit the best actual assault rifle used for stealth missions actually ironically is the battle rifle, since it does 2 bird 1 stone headshots. I think it's the only assault rifle I can do that same kind of thing sniper rifles can do for stealth missions. So it's not really the best one to use for stealth missions though. I was saying that's kind of one of the main differences between this and El Strickler to make it worth using over that in any case. And also, El Strickler is platform exclusive. It's only on newer platforms. So if you are on the legacy platforms, El Strickler actually wouldn't even be available on those legacy platforms. So then the Surface Carbon actually would be the best, like, newest release of a, like, assault rifle, basically. If you're not using, like, a Mark II weapon, it would basically be one of the best assault rifles to use in the game. Especially on those older platforms. Yeah, that fire rate takes a massive jump, for example, same with the accuracy, because fire rate kind of does equate to accuracy to more shots that shoot at like a shorter time in a way. Yeah, stat jump from the heavy rifle to the surface carbine just proves how good surface carbine actually truly is. But El Strickler, as long as you're not on a stealth mission on newer platforms, arguably is just better, I would say. Like, aside from maybe, like, the lack of suppressor and, like, the lesser ammo. From, like, 60 down to 45. Which isn't even that big of a deal. Battle rifle literally is 15 less than that, even on an extended clip. Which literally, like, well, a lot of assault rifles have, even with no extended clip. Alright, and then finally onto throwables to finish off the gun van for week 1. Yeah, grenades. It's just your basic explosive throwable. Kind of like it's just all reliable in a way, kind of. And then after that's just sticky bombs, which you can detonate whenever you want with like left on D-pad. Also is very good for the armored truck, like free roam event or whatever. Blow up the doors of armored trucks, get some little bit of cash. Basically, is kind of alright, I guess. I mean, not really too worth going out the way for. I would probably say the old one from like 2013, GTA Online, like the old days, is basically much more exploitable, much better than the newer version of the armored truck one. It's kind of like a neutered one from like 2013 anyways. Free mode event. For the newer free mode event for the armored trucks anyways though. Anyways though. And last but not least, the pipe bombs. These I've actually been kind of using more with the Kortz and Heist, since like it's a quick way to kill yourself, since it's actually a penalty, a bad sport penalty if you like quit the job, even if you're playing it solo. as I covered in my like heist run stuff on the part 3 especially, basically. Since I was having connectivity problems on that bullshit like a bitch. So at least when you don't charge them, they actually explode like pretty instantly, I find. But I think I still kind of agree with what I say, since it cannot be shot in your hand like a sticky bomb. It does still make it a very good drive-by weapon. Like, for sure, I would say. For sure, I would say. But definitely useful in the court scenarios to kill yourself quick, so you don't get bad sport penalty points when you quit. And so, like, when you quit, like, in the actual, like, quit menu kind of thing, or, like, the lobby menu. Like, after you die, that kind of little lobby menu. Instead of, like, just quitting randomly from, like, the pause menu or something, it actually gets you the bad sport penalty points. On a solo fucking job, even. Without other players in that fucking heist. So it's an interesting throwable weapon, though. For sure, though. It's good for, like, contact missions where the stick bombs get shot in the hand. Like, from, like, AI, like, enemies that have really insane accuracy. So definitely good in those kind of cases. For certain missions in free mode and in, like, dedicated contact missions. Alright, last but not least, since I am free everything for the week 1, I can even go over week 2 stuff if I want to. Which, I have to stream as late as it is anyways, I might as well go over at least some of it. But again, I'll probably do like an overview stream anyways, at least for stuff not confirmed on the newswire. Like the dealership vehicles and stuff, kind of I usually go for in the first hour. Especially. Like, party foul, FFP party foul, like the salvage yard, like that kind of stuff I'll still probably be going over next time. Or GTA 9. But yeah. So August 6th to August 12th bonuses. There is a 100% chance guaranteed Panther statue on your first playthrough of the Cayo Perico Heist finale. Now, it doesn't technically have a weekly completion bonus, I think, like other heists, so the Panther statue kind of takes the place of that. And it's unnerfed from before, so you still get, like, upwards of, like, 2 million or something, I think, for a Panther statue. So it's, like, the one single time, like, in the last while, that Cayo Perico Heist will actually be worth playing, basically. And yeah, Cayo Perico Heist is basically like the most neutered thing in the game with the latest update, basically, or like one of the most neutered, at least, that's possibly even like the newest heist in. So like one of the worst, like, most neutered things. So I would definitely only play it for the Panther statue. Like at a minimum, unless you're like the most hardcore Kyle grinder in the game still or something. Which props to you if you stuck around for like all the shitty nerfs that Heist received, though. For next week, for the next event, apparently, if you complete the Cayo Perico Heist finale, you'll get the Panther Tour jacket. I wouldn't be surprised if I was given out before. It might just be another opportunity to get that particular item. Similar to like the fleece of like livery paint for the cipher of this week that I'm covering here, even if it is kind of actually the next week now. Yeah, 2 times money RP on assault on Cayo Perico is quite a different adversary mode, actually. I think it has high player count like the Cayo Perico like Motor Wars. But I saw Cayo Perico, but yes, it's on Cayo Perico though. I believe that has like some challenge things you can kind of go through with your team and stuff and get some extra money out of them, which makes it even more profitable than even covering the Motor Wars, which I was already seeing is pretty good with the higher player count, since player count is a huge thing that determines like payouts and stuff on adversary modes. So for adversary mode standard zone cover, it's actually pretty good. There will be the continued 2 times money RP on this Yacht Life, as well as continued 3 times money RP on the Community Mission series, but it might only be for the new one that comes out for the next event, which hopefully is a solo mission again, not a 2-player one, because I'm not playing that shit on the stream. I don't really care to. Like, I might play it off stream if it's still available for the next week, of course, but like, otherwise, man, I could kind of care less. You know, community missions do seem to stick around, so it'll probably still be available after, maybe just not on 3 times or something. But yeah, community missions in particular do seem to stay around no matter what. So that's definitely pretty nice. That's definitely pretty nice. Apparently for the next event, you can actually just simply play the game to get a $1 million login bonus, which is going to be pretty nice. Also, you can play GT Online to get the Sunset Glow necklace and the blue and pink glow shades. And then, yes, the blue and pink glow shades. So you can play to get the Sunset Glow necklace and the blue and pink glow shades. Now that I forgot to say it more properly. Or something. Man, fuck y'all awesome Z people. You know, angry I was shooting just for me just shooting a railgun in midair and shit in y'all's territory. Fuck y'all. Fucking y'all shit, I don't give a fuck. Maybe they're just honking for ambient shit, I don't know, because I'm like not even on the main road. And they weren't even necessarily trying to get it. And they were not necessarily even trying to get in here as far as I could tell. I mean, in actual Stab City. I mean, no. And apparently for the weekly challenge, for the week 2, again, since I'm on week 2 content now, if you survive 3 waves in any survival without dying, you can get the Noise Rockstar logo HT and $100,000. So, similar weekly challenge, just different kind of thing. Oh, it doesn't even say anything about bonuses, but yeah, the Caprico Survival apparently returns for week 2. Though, like, Zombie Survival, that was a Caprico that they released, like, last summer or something, or, like, sometime, like, last summer, like, last fall or something, I think, initially. It doesn't say it's 2 times or anything, though, so it might only be in the regular pal on Caprico Survival, though. Aside for the little weekly challenge thing you can basically do for the clothing item and the money. The 100k, basically. Basically. And it looks like you can actually also do the weekly challenge with any survival, not just even the Caprico Survival that's coming back for the 1 week. So what's the point of bringing it back if they're not playing on 2 times? I find that kind of weird. I guess bringing it back is better than nothing, I guess. Even if I want, like, money bonus or anything on it. And then for the week 2, to put a Bay business property discount, that means 60% discount stuff for like pretty much the worst properties in the game. For business properties, 60% off for their locations. Yeah, I don't know who asked for that kind of discount, but it continues for the 2nd week anyways. My apartments continue to be discount for the second week. I like the two-part event. Santa Benny's conversion upgrades, and then the Kieran Kuruma armored as well. Any other vehicle discounts for that point on in the gun van will be new discounts for that week, though. And I think the yacht discount continues as well, even though it wasn't listed there. So yeah, I'm pretty sure the yacht discount stuff continues second week. Because yes, yacht lifing does seem to. Does seem to. But apparently the Toro is going to be on discount for the next event. Try to go over as much as I can here so I can have a smaller stream next time, maybe. But it's a 30% off discount, which any of the new ones for the second week will just be 30% discounts. Some are probably going to be on like dealerships as well, like the last couple events. Yeah, Toro is basically a Pegasus vehicle, a boat, basically. And yeah, boat is not a class of a tier, I believe, so like boats are just untiered apparently. So there's no letter tier for the Toro then. But yes. Yes, though. Apparently 10th place at lap time, 11th place top speed on the Toro. Out of 19 boats. Not really good. But yeah, like this event's prison bus, it's Pegasus. There's no storage limit on Pegasus though. Might as well just get it if you have the money for it. I mean, it is discounts, by the way, for the second week I'm going through on the newswire order, not the website order. In case I do want to cover it a little different on the next stream. It's probably a popular vehicle, actually, for the 7 Sanders Super Autos website on discount for next week. So 30% off of the 1,665,000. No trade price on this one for sure. I could definitely remember. How's that lock-on chamber? As an option. bulky SUV anyways, so probably still easy to hit it anyways, though, with a missile. And back to a vehicle that does have a letter tier. It's C tier for SUV class, apparently. According to Perfect 152's vehicle spreadsheet, it's a C tier SUV. Racing YouTuber GT9, so that's where I get my performances from. As a reminder, we got 20th place in lap time, 42nd place top speed. Not exactly one I'd bother with too much for when looking for pure performance. After that, there's actually a really good SUV discount by comparison. Now, this one you can actually get on tier 4, I believe, for free if you're on newer platforms. If you just put a lot of work into like Bondar bounties or something. Yes, Cascade is on a discount for 2% off. Apparently no. And I really didn't find this one to be that difficult to do for this tier 4. Like me, I kind of want the way to do a lot of it, like to get the vehicle early before it like released in drip feed. As a content creator for the game, obviously. But yeah, like if you grind all these targets, it's really easy to pull all this off, basically. Like for the most part, And you do have to wait like by the week. It depends on like the week, I think, for like. Or is it like a daily thing that changes? I forget. For like the 6 on the top, basically, are like the special bounty targets of like contact mission style missions, and the other like 18 are the free mode ones, basically. But if you know what you're doing with the bail stuff, it's pretty easy to get the tier 4. Might as well just get it for free on the newer platforms. But if you don't want to get it for free, it's on discount, 50% off. I think it's 7 Sands Rise, I want to say. If not, then definitely Legendary. It's not HSW, but I think it even performs better than HSW in some cases, even for SUV. Might even be the best like non-HSW lap time SUV. But if not, it's still pretty good. Alright, not 2 doors, definitely a 4-door being SUV. It's 1,600,000. It is, yes, 1,650,000, but you have 30% off of it, whatever. But yeah, much better just get it for free, save like $1,000,000-ish bucks basically on the newer platforms. I'd only take advantage of the discount if you're on the legacy platforms. Definitely just put the effort into tier 4 on newer platforms, like, for sure. But it is actually the best non-HSW unless even the new SUVs end up like being better. Which might have only been the one new SUV with the E-Stride, right? Which definitely does not have a better lap time, I think. Yeah, it's actually a S tier SUV, despite being non-HSW. SUV is very balanced between non-HSW and HSW itself, basically, apparently. So that's a third place for lap time. And even sixth place top speed, which is all pretty good. It even beats the Woodlander HSW and the Izzy Rally HSW for a lap time. So literally beats half the HSW options for SUVs for a lap time. Even that's pretty insane. But obviously beat by all HSWs for top speed. Basically. It's actually, it looks like it's like second best non-HSW for top speed, just behind the Tauros as well. So overall, very good SUV. Definitely good one to look for in like next or current event, depending on like when to sell. But it's basically the next event. I just haven't like gotten to any session or anything like that. Basically. On Warstock, apparently the Vita will at least be on discount. Seems like another joke Pegasus discount, if anything, really. I really don't. Did I not do this before? I could have sworn I did that approach before, but whatever. I don't know, that approach seems kind of ass, and maybe I actually didn't do that before. I own the vehicle though, so I cannot actually take advantage of the trade price. I'm pretty sure, but I could still unlock it, surely though, if I wanted to. But apparently buy it now, 1,630,000 versus 1,222,500 trade price. I feel on a trade price it might even be under a million. I want to say with 30% off. It could be wrong though. But for trade price, apparently as a leader, you have to complete coverage Heist finale using that to infiltrate the compound to unlock the trade price. Apparently though. It's basically like a worse like barracks from like Los Santos, whatever. This and the barracks are basically like militaristic like trucks. And I'm talking the same like barracks from like the convoy setup I was talking about earlier. The one with like the tarp on it, all that kind of stuff, not the semi one, whatever. But it's basically the barracks with like worse performance and might even have like 2 less sleep. It is, yes, basically the barracks, so like has slightly worse performance. I'm pretty sure it has like 2 less seats or something. I think even or something. Might not be sure on the last part, but something like that. This one's military class, which isn't really a raceable class, pretty sure. It's more like a meme class than anything for the most part, in a sense. Kind of. Military is a pretty small class, 2013 vehicles, yeah. Yeah, no letter tier for that, so it's 10th place lap time, 9th place top speed. Obviously in the lower part of the military class, being like the lower vehicle for the class. So there is actually some kind of speedy ones in the class. Or like much more interesting ones, at least in the class. But the Cavalcade XL and the Cascade I could see being like dealership vehicles, by the way, but the Toro and the Vita definitely will not be. Certainly not. Certainly not. On a Legendary, apparently the Pegasi Reaper for Supercar will be a 30% discount. Probably will be already when this is uploaded though. And even right now, basically, how I got to this one. But I'm pretty sure the Reaper's this vehicle here on like the website banner, right? I think it is. I think it is. Which is funny too, because I think it's the website banner for single player too, but that vehicle's not even actually in single player. Because Cockstar sucks and doesn't like to preserve their vehicles basically for the single player when the online eventually has to shut down, like the 360 PS3 one did. So no lock on camera or any of that kind of stuff. 1,595,000. I think this is also before trade prices, because what finance felony that would have been before import export. Yeah, import export debuted the trade price system. It's probably like a low $1 million-ish one. Reaper's not even that good if I remember right either. Saturday. But apparently the Reaper's a G tier supercar. 49th place lap time as well as 51st place top speed. There's only like 70 supercars there. Yeah, there's only like 70-ish supercars now, so that's really not good. So you're just not getting good performance on that one. Like at best, it can be like 42nd or something, I think, with like 7 HSWs eventually. Which is definitely not good. Another Kanjo-ish, kind of vehicle, because what was the Kanjo was for this event, that I'm, like, that I was basically streaming before it probably changed already. There's another kind of, like, Kanjo vehicle, the Kanjo SJ, by the way, for Crown Prize DLC. Actually pretty utter trash vehicle, since it's one of those 2 Crown Prize DLC tuner subclass ones. But I think for the longest time you can use like custom, like Crown Prize DLC tuners or something, and only like stock ones in races, if I remember hearing that, which is kind of weird. But eventually I think they fixed it so you can use it in like street race pursuit races. But from what I hear, you can't even use like newer ones in like robbery contracts. I don't think you can even use it there. Which is ironic, because it would be like the one place it could actually be something decent for. But it's utter trash in QPs, not as trash as the post-delete, I believe, but yeah, you pretty much never want to use it for street pursuit races for tuner content. There's just better options. Sport tuners are pretty much the way to go for street pursuit races, in particular. Especially the better ones, not the worse ones, like the Cypher, for example, for the podium vehicle I covered earlier. Yeah, on a trade price, this would definitely be like 6-digit price at least, but yeah, it does have a trade price. It had to either rank 80 or 85 for the LS car meet. One of those two ranks gets the trade price. For the LS car meet reputation system, the QPAs might be a niche class, but still actually garbage for the class, unfortunately, no. The QPAs actually has 21 vehicles in the game, apparently. Pretty sure this DLC doesn't have a new QPA, so I think it's still correct. And yeah, while it's not as trash as the post-loot, it is a G tier. Only one tier over the worst post-loot, aka H tier. At 19th place lap time as well as 20th place top speed. Literally the third worst QPA for lap time, and even like the second worst for top speed is absolutely not good. So yeah, this thing's just not good for like anything I find really for performance. Unfortunately. And apparently there will be another Warstock vehicle on discount for the second week. From the import-export DLC to seem like they introducing trade prices in general. And that is apparently the Armored Boxville. So this vehicle, fun fact, I think was like a lot more expensive like back in the day. I think it was like Drug Wars DLC, like the Drift Beat, they reduced a bunch of prices and increased some prices as well. Kind of like what they did with the Raiju, I think in the last update where they increased that one, and then also they decreased like a bunch of civilian vehicle discounts, if I remember right. Like permanent like price reductions, actually not discounts obviously per se. So actually already on a trade price this goes 975,000, which is pretty cheap. Especially compared to what it used to be. So even 30% off of that is going to be pretty nice, pretty nice. Probably like 700-ish K, since like 30% off a million would be 700K. And obviously it will be more expensive without trade price. Which I'm willing to bet would maybe be like a million still or something on no trade price. Could be wrong though. Could be wrong though. Yeah, this one's in the van class apparently. Which is a raceable class technically. Of the Armored Boxville, it's actually one of 3 vans that is actually not raceable. And of them, it's actually the best, like, non-raceable for lap time. It'd actually be pretty decent if it was raceable, like top 5 or 10, actually, fun fact as well. Fun fact as well. I mean, it's like 3rd place, the worst of the non-raceables, apparently, for top speed, apparently. Top speed, apparently. So yes. Best non-raceable for. Yes, though. But hopefully, don't have fucking time. Fuck ass body. Best non-raceable for lap time. Literally would be like top 5-10 if it was raceable actually for a lap time van. And it's like the worst one actually for top speed, basically. Of the three non-raceable options. And when you get to Armored Boxville, you even get access to fortified VIP work, which is definitely a nice, kind of alright money opportunity thing, if, especially on like a 2 times event or something. Something or something. Where you have to enter Armored Boxville and survive until time runs out. It's a 10-minute timer you're forced to sit through, unfortunately, which kind of sucks. There's no way to reduce time on that mission, unfortunately. Where I think Velocity actually can reduce time if you have like multiple people on your like CO or something with like air checkpoints or something. Unfortunately, nothing really like that is the case for Fortified though. Unless like somebody destroys it, of course, which means you're not going to get paid that well, of course, as the person starting it up, of course, though. But yeah, ideally you want to play in an invite-only lobby, of course, so you don't have people going after the Armored Boxville. And you want to be like underground, basically. If you go like underground in some areas, or like pretty much anywhere underground, maybe even AI enemies won't be able to go after the Armored Boxville even. And then basically just sit there for 10 minutes. You get like 35k, I think, at the fall. 2 times events, like 70k even, which is pretty good. Pretty good for free mode work on a 2 times event. I think there's even been rare occasion I've done like 4 times VIP work even, and it would be like 140k in that case even. So pretty good, pretty good. Also, it turns out there is actually 2 Benny's vehicles that will be on discount even for the non-conversions as well. It looks like for the next event. And it seems that will be the next 2. Going into Newswire order even. The import-export is their Tower GTB. Doesn't say update names, but it's definitely import-export or release that vehicle. And I think it's exclusive to Benny's website, not one of those ones that is on multiple websites that is on Benny's and like Legendary or like Southern or something. This one of the Italians in supercar class apparently. Alongside it's a custom variant. Which I might go over the custom variant, because obviously that will be on discount as well for the second week, like I basically said earlier as well. Again, there's way too many Benny's vehicles, so I don't even think I'll go over all of them. I would have already done that in this stream if I wanted to, but I just don't really care to. But yeah, apparently the regular Italic GTB is apparently considered to be a F-tier supercar with 41st place lap time as well as 32nd place top speed. Yeah, I don't think it can really exactly be that much above average for its lap time no matter what anyways. They're not even that good. But even with lack of performance, it's got really amazing customization. Obviously with the customized example, turning over to the GTB Custom, which that has a 40% off conversion cost apparently for this event and the next event. So basically from apparently July 30th to August 5th and also August 6th, August 12th. There's a 40% off conversion upgrade for Benny's, making it 40% less obviously. So fun fact, actually performance worse for a lap time than the regular GTD. Dropping even a single tier from F to G tier. Which gives it 50th place even for lap time. Which it's just absolutely horrible for a lap time. It's not gonna be like above average no matter what. But it does get 17th place actually for top speed. I mean, I think with new supercars that probably goes like below even. I think it's kind of already been out of like top 10 even for a bit at this point for like a top speed even without HSW. So like, it's not really too good for performance anymore even with the custom. But really, it has absolutely amazing customization. That's enough for the vehicle, quite frankly. Quite frankly. I was apparently the BF Weevil is another one that will be 30% with the next event. Or like even the current one. It's just me kind of gains it. Some of the latest, if not the latest I've ever even got to like an event ever with the years of doing these streams, basically. Basically. Guess this is the DLC was bound to happen with the GTA 6 VFA code and box debacle, but whatever though. Kind of works too though, being a two-part. Kind of works too though, to be fair, being a two-part event though. So I don't 100% mind how late I'm getting to it per se. But yeah, the basic one here is for compact class. I believe this vehicle can also be found, by the way, on Sovereign San Andreas. And if there's a trade price, it might be exclusive to Sovereign San Andreas. But also, I think that's actually the way to get it for free for the kind music DJ requests, actually. If I remember, actually. Now, I don't think it says you can get it for free that way. It's not a career progression reward. It was like back in like 2020, so that wasn't possible. Yeah, I think it's a free kind music request. If you do those free, I think you get a free one for the Weevil if you want. If you just do those free missions, basically. Basically. That's some way to get it for free, apparently. Look, I got lucky and Benny showed up down there. Okay, then. So even with 30%, you might as well just go for the free one with the kind music requests. Like, that's just easily the best way to get it. That's even a way to get the trade price and even get a free one on the way of doing that. But also, it could be a bit too much work, because I think you only get like one every real life day, or like there's a really long wait, I think, between DJ requests. It might be like a long, like, dedicated thing you have to do. This could just be worth even buying it, though. If I'm buying it, though. But apparently this vehicle is a compact class vehicle where it gets D tier. 7th place lap time and 9th place top speed. So mostly good for the lap time, but single digit placement for both lap time top speed. Of the like 15, 17 compacts in the game. It's definitely worse compacts for sure, so this one's definitely pretty passable for its compact performance, even without the upgrade. And you have the 40% off conversion upgrade for the Weevil, like, custom. Or, is it even the Weevil custom? Or just have a whole different name? I kind of forget. Whatever, I'll go over it anyways, But it goes from compacts to muscle class with the conversion, so it does change class, by the way. Alright, yeah, apparently it's just considered to be the Weevil Custom. It doesn't get like a whole new name or something. But it does change class from compacts to muscle. Yeah, it's even an A tier muscle car too, which is actually not bad. With a 10th place even for a lap time, and especially better than top speed actually, even for 6th place top speed. So even if it's just basic or the upgrade, it's actually very good performance for both, regardless what class they're in. That's definitely pretty good. Also, I'm pretty sure this one can muscle car wheelie as well. I'm pretty sure despite being in compacts class. Similar to, I think, the Tornado Rat Rod can muscle car wheelie despite being sports classics. It's one of only a couple vehicles that we can non-muscle car classic and also muscle car wheelie. Be a Weevil custom though. Yeah, pretty good custom vehicle for sure. For sure. That's definitely one of the good ones you can go for. Again, I'm not mentioning all of them, at least in this stream. Maybe next stream that was already meant to be like shorter anyways. For GTA 9, I do have a Red Dead Online stream to do it for it. So in like 2 streams from now, maybe I'll do that or something. Yeah, Legendary Motorsport looks like it's the next one here with AF Drafter from Casino Resort or Heist. I think it was one of those 2 updates. Certainly a 2-door. I'm pretty certain. Alright, yeah, there it is. There it is. Yes, to pay after after. For the 30% discount. It's already super cheap at 718,000. It'll just make it even cheaper. But yeah. I think they actually literally gave this vehicle away for free for like a Rockstar Social Club like promotion thing they did like a year or two ago, I want to say. I forget what it was. I didn't really partake in it myself because I knew the vehicle was kind of trash. So I didn't really partake in it myself. But yeah. I think there was like some method they gave it for free basically. Tied to like the social club or something at some point. I forget all the details. I think they did something like that before. So anything that's not free is kind of a rip off on this vehicle for that reason, but like it's still pretty cheap regardless though. But yeah, it's an E-tier sports car apparently for the AF Drafter here. Obviously a two-door because it was in that section. Apparently it's 39th place for a lap time, not as bad as I maybe would have thought. Still at best of like -6, like pretty bird, not that crazy or either way though. Either way though. And 74th place for top speed. Top speed, it's not good at all though. Yeah, unless you got for free for that like one promotion thing I was talking about, I don't really think it's that good if you're looking just for pure performance standpoint. But either way, you got Benny stuff. You want like very good customization to where you don't really necessarily need any of the traditional stuff for these two events. And finally, finish off the vehicle discounts for the week 2 of the two-part event. Actually, was also on Legendary. Probably shouldn't have got off of that then. Two-door as well. A couple years down in updates actually with Doomsday Heist. And it's apparent to be Fister Comet Safari for Doomsday Heist. Kind of an interesting one because this one actually can have lots of machine guns on it, which is a little interesting. And it eventually got lock on jammer, which means it can actually use those guns a bit more than it used to be able to. So that's definitely pretty nice, and that would have only been within like the last couple updates even. Or like few updates possibly even now. Because there was Agent Sabotage all of 2025, and then obviously Kortz and Heist now. So I think like last 4 updates they started putting it on like older vehicles for some lock on jammer stuff and bringing them back to the websites.
Yep, same old shit.
This one's actually another sports car. But it's under 10,000, even cheaper than AF Drafter, so it'd even be a bit less than that one, even for the 30% off, whatever that ends up being. But apparently it's an I-tier sports car. Which gets 85th place apparently for lap time and 68th place for top speed, which actually both metrics are below average, so that's just not good performance at all. So you pretty much want this one for the combat capability, like what the combat capability this one has. I would say pretty much. 28.B transport nowhere near as good as like yeah, nowhere near as good as basically what's it called? What's it called? Like obviously like a helicopter, like a plane or something. Like weaponized helicopters especially are very good for a bunch of different missions and stuff in the game with very good 28.B transport. To where they're basically some of the best ground vehicles of the whole game for like attack helicopters. But it has nowhere near the 28.B transport compete with those. So being limited also just from machine guns, you should pretty much use it for something lightweight, like something. Probably you should be limited to using it for lightweight content, like Headhunter VIP work, basically. Which is like 25k, I think normally, like 25k or something like that. I think normally like 40ish, like 50k, I think on 2 times. I've been not as good as Fortified, like I basically said already, but yeah, for the Armored Box build. But actually, I forgot to mention the cooldown, but the Fortified one, I think it's like half hour or something. But Headhunters is also like 5 or 10 minute cooldown. So the cooldown is actually better, so it could actually outmoney the Fortified. So you could use this for like Headhunter VIP work for Count Safari. Like some lightweight content for lightweight free mode. Yes, lightweight free mode content. Like the Headhunter VIP work. But yeah. Definitely. But even with Headhunter, there's definitely much better options to use. But like, it's one of the only things I could think of where it could actually be kind of usable, quite frankly. Quite frankly. But yeah, for weapon modifications, you need the Avenger, MOC, like weapon workshops. Or they don't list it because I think this vehicle came out in 2017 and came out like a year later. But the Arena Workshop works as well for like 2018. Those are like the free mod shops apparently that will let you do the machine guns. Be an interesting vehicle for sure though. And then last but not least, there's gunman discounts for the second week, obviously. Oh, things still working here. Okay, good. So apparently the Service Carbine continues to be available apparently for the next event. Except this time, for the week 2, it's not on a discount at all. Which, by the way, if I didn't mention the week 1 discount for this is 40% off, basically, for the general. 40% off, basically, for... At least at the gun van itself, basically. And that was for the one I was starting the stream for. But yeah, the one it is right now, as of still streaming here, the week 2, there's no discount apparently for it. It's for the second time around. Besides for a couple throwables, I mean, it's the only repeat weapon, it looks like. That's what it looks like. Another assault rifle, ironically, actually, with the compact rifle, actually, looks to be next. Has a drum magazine for an attachment, which gives it 100 ammo, which is, I think, actually the most for any assault rifle class weapon. I think even if you took away like Mark II and put them back to like Mark I without like some very super particular setups like I got or something, think it's a type of ammo that reduces it down to 20, I think. It's like officer more specialty ammo types, and having too much could be too overpowered, maybe. Maybe.
You want to go back to the hospital, huh?
So compact rifle actually has the most ammo easily, from like the usual 60 to even like 100. With a drum magazine even as an option on this particular one is pretty good. Which actually I think Mark 1s of some of our assault rifles might even have drum magazines as well, but maybe with the Mark 2s they just don't. Some of these Mark 2s actually might even have like drum magazines for Mark 1s at least. And possibly the Mark 2s, but then you wouldn't probably be able to do like special ammo. Hence why I wouldn't run it with that anyways for any Mark 2 ones that might have drum magazine as well. Yeah, this one doesn't have Mark 2, so just one you would always pretty much want a drum magazine for the crazy 100 rounds it has. And then this one's actually pretty short assault rifle. You can actually kind of see in the UI it looks kind of like short compared to like the other assault rifles in the game. Hence the name compact and all that kind of stuff. So unlike other assault rifles, which I think are for far range, I think this one's for like short to like mid range or something, which doesn't really work for an assault rifle, unfortunately. No, it's kind of like SMG, kind of like ranges basically. That's kind of in a way like SMG in the assault rifle, which is not really that good. But you can also use it as a drive-by weapon on like motorcycles, which is the one place where it is really good at actually. It makes a very fantastic drive-by weapon in this certain particular vehicles you can use it for. That's where you basically want to use it. That's CS where you basically want to use it. But that one's not on discount for the week 2. Another pistol one, apparently, like the combat for the week 1. But it's the heavy pistol. Might be the, like, regular pistol with, like, the most ammo. That's not basically the AP pistol for, like, an automatic pistol. Which is kind of interesting and a little bit unique. But if we're going to use 36 rounds, just make it the AP pistol. Except now with the tackle SMG, I guess it kind of gives it a little more of a niche application, I guess. But like, who really uses pistols in GTA? I don't really feel that's much of a thing. And even if somebody does, they're like a huge disadvantage because they're not usually automatic weapons unless again it's like AP pistol with the automatic pistol. If I want to use like a more traditional pistol, and even then it's kind of not traditional, it's going to probably be like a revolver even.
I'll rip your nuts off.
Maybe even single shot in like these cases. If you're going to even use a pistol at all, even you can even for that huge like single shot like power potential, of course. It's an interesting, regular, more traditional pistol with it having the huge ammo it has, but like still probably wouldn't use it too much. Probably just going to be in the weapon collection, like weapon wheel, or the gun locker, just simply in your collection, most likely. And then battle axe. Apparently, this is the melee weapon for week 2. Now this one actually got introduced with bikers, which was actually updated, added the biker melee, so naturally it is usable for the biker melee feature. So that's basically the one thing with it, so it's basically just the same kind of thing as the machete. At least this one, I don't think is as much of a disappointment as the machete. Because I don't even know what the battle axe was in like 3D universe or anything where you could chop heads off or anything. That just makes it like as much of a disappointment or something else like the machete basically was. Especially somebody who plays like Manhunt a good bit or likes Manhunt like a lot or something. It's disappointing you cannot chop heads in this shit. Don't know why I went away with that after HD Universe, basically. But I mean, after 3D Universe, I don't exactly understand why they got rid of chopping heads with like machete and shit. But they did. They did though. Which is some pussy shit for sure, though. Sure, though. Alright, and then the 2 discount weapons for the week 2. The first week you had 40% off, but apparently the week 2 you even get like 50% off, and that's the heavy rifle, apparently. So literally for the week 1, when I was talking about the service carbine, I actually literally made a comparison with the heavy rifle and the service carbine. It kind of says what I'm going to basically say about the weapon performance-wise. Basically, the heavy rifle, from my understanding, with it being heavy, means more damage output on the bullets. But then you get like less fire rate, less accuracy, like the stats kind of show. I know the stats aren't always the truth from what I understand, but like there is some truth to the stats, like sometimes, basically. Sometimes, basically.
You're cruising for a bruising.
There's no real reason to trade like less fire rate accuracy for like a little more damage each shot. It's just not really a good trade-off. So yeah, it's cool. It's a beta weapon from like single player from like 2013. It was meant to be in the single player, but then when it got added in contract, like Franklin's update, of course it was online only, unfortunately. But it's cool for that, but and like the livery it got on it as well, with the family's like, livery, whatever. But aside for that, it's really not that good. Better off just using service carbine, which is even in like week 1 and week 2 on even anyways. Like, at least you can get half off that, but like, you might as well just still go to service carbine. Which, not to mention, I didn't even mention, you can even build that weapon if you do like... Which yes, not to mention, I didn't mention. You can build a weapon by doing 5 crime scenes, like random events, basically. So you can basically get the service carbine even for free. And then the week 2's 30% off like GTA Plus exclusive like weapon discount is for combat shotgun. Latest shotgun edition in the game apparently for like Heist DLC. But I think it's definitely in the better half of like shotguns personally. And I find sweeper kind of nice for bikes. Assault shotgun is like the factor 1 for interiors. The pump shotgun Mark II obviously is very good. I mean, like one of the only 2 Mark IIs of explosive rounds of any type. This one actually has explosive rounds technically, but yeah. Explosive slugs technically speaking though. So I think for sure I would say combat shotgun might be like the top half or just barely in like the lower half, like maybe like the 5th best of the 8. Because yeah, Musket has some interesting like niche applications against like Mark II oppressors. Not Mark II hater by the way, but yeah. For those that are Mark II haters, like it's really good against suppressed Mark IIs with the ridiculous range the Musket has. The most interesting thing about this one is you actually have to get it from like Caprico during the Caprico like finale, basically. I don't think you can even get when you scope out. It has to be during the finale, unfortunately. If you want to do the finale, you might as well just make your money for the finale, especially with the hell of like nerfs in the latest update for Caprico Heist. Not even gonna be worth going for that weapon anymore. Fine. So once at the gun van, buy it that way. I would not waste time finding this thing for random event for the compound. I don't even think it spawns sometimes either. It might not even be a guaranteed spawn. It might only do that sometimes. Yeah, the first time you do it that way, or you just buy it from like gun van, it's basically yours to keep. Or like whatever though. Whatever though. It's kind of an interesting shotgun personally. I do find it a little interesting. Like even usage wise as well. But it's more the exclusiveness that kind of makes it cool. It's mostly just for the weapon collection, quite frankly though. Quite frankly though. Alright, so the one new throwable apparently for the week 2 is going to be tear gas, and I mentioned that one because it's actually like in the proper order. That's the first one they actually mention. So yeah, tear gas is good for clearing rooms, like interiors, obviously, basically. And of course, again, grenades the basic old reliable explosive throwable, like I said earlier. Sticky bomb can be detonated whenever you want. Also good for blowing up armored truck doors. Once again. And yeah, I didn't mention earlier, but I meant to. They don't really put on the newswire, but there's always body armor at the gun van, I'm pretty sure. So there's obviously that. And I think that covers the 2 weeks, aside for anything that was on the newswire. Technically, when I did this, I could check GT Series videos can be post, but I might as well just do a little extra stream, I guess, for next week. That might be able to be only like a couple hours long or something. Which is basically the first hour of the event usually that I go over. In a case like this, where there's like multiple weeks to go over and like one news wire, and I have time to go over everything. But yeah, yes, so... So I said it was basically it. Albeit, maybe I wanted to customize some vehicles since I didn't get to do that before. Maybe I would do that. I mean, maybe I'll even do that. I didn't even get to buy the Ignis Pursuit last stream, so I should probably do that now. And yeah, I know it sells for nothing if I have buyer's remorse, but they also completely neuter to like sell values and stuff, so I'm pretty much unlikely to be selling it anyways. Pretty sure I didn't buy one before. I probably should check just in case since it doesn't sell for anything. Even if you could sell it, like what sells 500k, like tops your first time and all that ridiculous stuff here, just like last update for the feed. Yeah, purchase got me down to like a little under 5 million. I do got, I could probably sell for like 6-ish million if I wanted to. But do I care that much to even do that right now? I don't really feel like I do. There's basically an extra off week with no new vehicle release, of course, with the PM for statute being opposite, so like, yeah, probably fine. Oh yeah, the flare paint, I don't really give a fuck for that. Yeah, I could care less about the flare, like a little out of anything. Those aren't even that interesting for those flare paint events, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. And it's disappeared, so what? So what's the what though? I better not bought a second one by mistake, man. Like, actually. I don't think I did, though. I don't think, like, at the end of last stream, I really had the money for it. Probably didn't buy it off stream, I'm pretty sure, for that one, because, like, it wasn't in a dealership of a build or anything, yeah. Alright, perfect. It wasn't. I was expecting, obviously, not a duplicate purchase. Like, really, I should maybe save money for the, like, horse in case that comes out, like, next somehow. Does it even? It kind of, yeah, does the Galvanter come out first? And then I forget in the Drift actually. Like the Warden and then the Horse. Might have been in that order, right? I think those are both legendary, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Was there even a Stubborn Drift? I forget. I forget even. It's not even that much Drift vehicles though in this one. It's in this one though. See 7 right now, there might still be 3 left. So there might be a Stubborn one still too. Trying to even remember. And I'm more willing to speak about like Triffy stuff since I'm not making a video this time. Since GTA 6 we have code unboxed, unboxable, and all that kind of stuff. This one I definitely fully customized because I was using this a lot like on my Heist stream, so I know I fully customized that one. Guess I'll customize this a bit or something then. At least. At least. Oh yeah, actually, of the 10 vehicles, one might have also included car, armored, whatever. I think actually, right now. Yeah, it might not be in detail with the customization just because I'm kind of late with it. I didn't grind as much as I should have, basically. Or something. I don't commentate much on it. So yes, if I don't commentate much on it, that's why. Wait, it doesn't usually make a sound on EMS, but right, it's electric. I kind of thought about when I was saying all that. Or like before even. So that's a nice detail, actually. It's not a sad jump. Oh, never mind. It's hood, not horn. I meant to say that for that. Oh snap. Those ventines and stuff, whatever, that looks tight. And then that looks tight. And the last one, though. It's not as much sad trombone, like, kind of vibes on the east ride. I think it's not, like, worst top speed, like the I-Wagon is for, like, SUV. I mean, it actually has a decent top speed on, like, the I-Wagon, if I remember right from the video I watched. But, like, I don't know. It's kind of a little unique-ish compared to, like, the I-Wagon. Being maybe not as good on the lap time as I-Wagon, but, like, again, it's also not absolutely atrocious on the top speed. Should I just go Jazz Horn and Loop again? I guess I will. Guess I will. So I don't really care to have too much horn variety, quite frankly, in the game. Especially not after GT6 we have a coded box of Pockle. I think it's actually a bit interesting because, like, nowhere near the amount of, like, electric supercars in the game, at least. Don't need a second, like, electric SUV. I find this one kind of pretty interesting. Card headlights for the car meet. We'll be waiting on the regular headlights then. Do that for now, of course. Why not? But yeah, then I want to figure out like a build basically as well. Okay, so it's just starting coloring, I guess, for the build that was available, I think, for the first week of the thing, basically. We had a first week of the update when they had like the certain builds, like for those like first 9 days, like the extended event from like Tuesday to that Thursday. Yeah, this was that build, and I guess it didn't have like a livery for like the Simeon build. And yeah, racing stripes center. But yeah, if I'm gonna kind of skimp on details and some customizing these kind of late, it's gonna be with the liveries, quite frankly. If so, like at a minimum at least. But white and red striping in the center is pretty alright, I guess. I guess. Ooh, this one actually goes well with the colors I chose, I feel. Stripe is actually a very similar, like, coloring to the, like, brown or whatever's going on here. With that build from, like, Simeon's for, like, the first 9 days of the update. The Monarch. Oh, it's a bunch of, like, blue, like, white, and red. It's supposed to be one of those kind of, like, English, like, flag kind of things. I'm not sure what the terminology is, but for, like, I think GTA 1 on, like, the PlayStation Classic, I think it's, like, what's it called? Like, I don't know if much people, like, out there own the PlayStation Classic, because it was kind of a failure, since it was, like, kind of half-assed and stuff in some ways. Oh yeah, I think the thing was to use, like, 50 hertz, like, PAL versions of games on the PlayStation Classic, and GTA 1 was actually one of those ones, actually, I'm pretty sure. So I think for that reason it used, like, a certain, like, red, like, white, and, like, blue flag that was a bit unfamiliar to me. I think it's because of one of those, like, 50 hertz, like, PAL kind of, like, games on the PlayStation Classic. It's probably based on that kind of flag, whatever that is. Whatever that is, but I cannot quite put my head on what the flag is. I'll be honest. Alright, so there's a little bit of a dual, like, striping, like, blue striping kind of thing in the center on this. With some, like, shattered glass kind of look or something on the top. That's cool. Got some blue kind of stuff going on, like, kind of, like, bottom parts of the hood. Or, like, like, front bumper, like, above the wheel. Like, those wheel arches in the front. Behind the front wheels. And you have, like, some, like, yellow and also has kind of that glassy vibe from the top, even more so. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. So, like, some kind of, like, broken lightning kind of look to me or something. Like, shattering glass or something in the back. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. The way I see it, at least. Alright, so 50, like, black 50, like, white circle, atomic tire rubber products. Flint, like, some yellow, even on the, like, mirrors. White and stuff on, like, the roof. With yellow again, even. I like some of these interesting colors going on. And bare minimal amount of liveries, too, so it's not too overwhelming with, like, the. Or no. I don't mean liveries, of course. Like, obviously, each one of these is one livery. I meant, like, the sponsorship kind of stuff or whatever. It's not overload on that like there is for, like, a lot of liveries. So kind of like that. I have just that little bit that makes it interesting. With a pretty nice design as well. That's what I'm basically trying to say. Oh, Classic Champion. Actually, I like a lot of the ones in this one, I feel. So far, at least. We have, like, white, like, kind of over the hood with, like, some red striping. You even have it by, like, the headlights. That's cool. Like, the red. You even got, like, a little bit of, like, red striping going on the mirrors on this build. Like, with the livery or whatever. I've just seen white striping kind of stuff going on with, like, a black roof, it looks like, on top. Not sure what that's all trying to make there, but that's pretty cool. Hey, does that look like an M or something? Remind me of, like, Mind's Eye or something. Somehow. I can't get the greatest look on that, so it might just be me going crazy with, like, Mind's Eye and, like, the... Well, like, the actual Mind's Eye, like, the hexagonal kind of thing or something. Am I just going crazy? Leslie Benzie does was Leslie Benzie just doesn't even like work on the game anymore for GTA, so it's obviously not like because of that or anything. Might just be me having like weird parallels or something between GTA and Mind's Eye right now or something. For some reason, I get like some Mind's Eye kind of vibe with the hexagon, kind of like I'm kind of like I feel. Well, you can't exactly zoom the greatest on it or get the best angle from like right above, from what I can see. Even got some like red going on like the side skirts and stuff. That's cool. That's cool. Oh, and even front bumper. But yeah, front bumper like side skirts. Like behind even the rear wheel a little bit too for both of those. Interesting livery. Interesting livery. Oh, this one's not too crazy either. Kind of has the hexagonal kind of interesting penis, remind me of the Mind's Eye, basically a Mind's Eye. As well even, as well as well even. We have circuit spec. It's like this triangle kind of stuff, like pluses and stuff. Thin white striping. Sign like blue kind of stuff. Striping kind of stuff with the primary or something, I think. Same thing with like white and like some purple. Even got like the purple on like the roof. Got a little bit of each one kind of like leading up to the roof, even on each side. It's interesting. What the heck? Was it more complete on like one side over the other side for like the colors? It's kind of weird. Kind of weird. Or just a lot more white, I feel, for example. Like throughout on one side, but not the other. It's kind of weird. Kind of weird. I feel even kind of even gets a little grayish looking too on like one particular side. Don't know if it's just some like glitch with delivery on one side or like what, but it looks interesting. For sure, for sure, for sure. One side even has stuff on like the side skirt while one doesn't. It's also kind of weird, I find. I find. But interesting stylings regardless, I feel. Some stuff on like the like around the license plate. You have like this like Aero X like caution sign thing and stuff in purple in the back. Weird, but interesting. They got like a bunch of purple with like yeah, kind of thing reminding me of like the Mind's Eye or something with Mind's Eye on top. Interesting livery for sure. I like this one. Alright, next one's not much different. Get some addition of like backside skateboards. Currently some purple on this part, which I'm not fond of. Actually was purple on the back. Might actually was purple altogether even on this one. Maybe because of purple like backside skateboards. That's kind of interesting. And it still has that thing reminding me of the Mind's Eye. Mind's Eye. You got a little bit of, tiniest bit of white on the roof even this time, with mostly blue this time even. With the lack of purple on this one, so that's for the backside skateboard stuff. So I guess that's purple instead this time. Even got skate like a man on like the, like right above like the rear bumper or something. Even interesting. Interesting. It has a lot of interesting stuff going on it for sure. But it's not too much different than like the one before. Oh, I don't even know if I realized that the most, but yeah, it's even on the mirrors too for this too. But on the mirrors, it must be like white though, regardless of which one you're doing. On that first one, they did has a little bit of like the blue, but I think it's like pretty much just the white for the most part, possibly even a little bit black or something with like cyber graphics. I think I analyzed it as good as I think I'm pretty much going to at this point. And Flint Racing here. That's like the 98 instead of like the 50 of like 50 Classic. Interesting. A little hard stand thing. Kind of looks like got spotted by like mud or something like the back of it or something. I feel. I got like kind of ocelot looking thing. Even though it's not like an ocelot. Wait, no. This is ocelot Eastride, so it is ocelot. So actually, that makes a lot of sense actually. What was I saying? I should have looked at the badging better and like remember the name of the whole vehicle more. But yeah, it has ocelot on there. That's cool. That's cool. Has some lightning icons. Being an electric vehicle makes a lot of sense. Next Sorvio, like T20 or no, not T20, 720. Just remembering about the T20 from like old Gotham Games Part 2 or something, I guess. Flint tools on the roof is like white. Okay. Okay then. Speaking of a bunch of white on the hood, I didn't see point out yet, I think. Flint tools in the back there, I don't necessarily think I mentioned yet. Very black, it looks like in the back. Yeah, Flint tools on like the roof of the white. I think I actually mentioned that already, but yeah. Oh wow, and then you got the sprunk one here. Do I really need to say more on this one? Well, still seems substance is kind of cool. Maybe the most unique thing on here, aside for like obviously just hella sprunk representation, which is very nice. You also have Olympian on the front for some reason. Even though like Olympians probably shouldn't be drinking soda, no, no. Not exactly obviously, not exactly obvious, like kind of being for Olympic stuff, basically. Touchdown for some reason, okay. Yeah. Besides for like a couple nitpicks, which I'm just kind of doing for commentating purposes. I'm sure I don't actually care that hard. Like, mostly pretty good. Figure I'll just skip a little bit on the details on this one, of course. I kind of said I was maybe kind of going to. Skipping them customizing these pretty late. I think I used E-Cola for some of them already, so like this gives me perfect excuse to do the sprunk like license plate, so I'll definitely be doing this one. Maybe try to throw some extra green on there or something, even. That's obviously very much automatic. And that's very obviously very automatic though. I actually lose delivery stuff on the mirrors, it turns out, if you do offer ones pretty much. Well, I like carving on my mirrors, and I'll just do bomb option. I don't really care too much. Mirrors don't have to be decorated. There's not too much decorate on there anyways, per se, so not really losing that much. often I'm going to be doing Sprunk, of course, with the livery on her. So obviously did that with my Sinister plate. So as primary, secondary trim in, of course, crew among, which mine's always very much how to place for most vehicles in the game, but I'm just going to do it anyways, of course, because that's what I do. So it turns out it has a beechwood brown of all things, apparently for primary. Metallic even, with I think some kind of pearlescent of sienna brown one. Interesting. Interesting. That's the primary, like pearlescent even, I guess. So assuming changing row with the secondary. Don't even know if I catched anything changing really with the secondary. Here, like nothing I feel for the most part. Maybe wait on that then, just in case then. But trim does obviously change a lot at least. Because the interior, not much goes on in most vehicles for interior per se. Alright, wait. That's like Benny's or something which I almost never do those. I think I'll change some stuff there later to get the build more figured out, since I cannot really see much on the secondary, I feel. So don't really seem to have any color to them, unfortunately. It's not really going to add any, like, secondary, it seems. But I do like the gray kind of thing going on with the, like, bumper on this, so I definitely would do the bottom one on this. I don't think there's even a front bumper, right? It's just rear bumper on here. Interesting. Cannot really change front bumper, I guess just rear, okay. Not sure it's the usual case, but interesting. For like a lot of vehicles I'm talking about in the game. Roof accessories. I don't really think this sounds like it's going to be adding secondary. It's black on this for like striping, but like I wonder if the green's from like the Sprunk livery or not, or if it's just always green for the roof basket for this particular vehicle. I'm not sure. Not sure. Might be worth a check though. Oh yeah, it does change off the livery. That's cool. That's pretty nice. It actually has a certain green color to it. When do you do the modification there? Now, how about this? Like, no. Yes, now, how about like the black striping on there? Is that based on secondary? That would be interesting. I don't feel that's the case. I think it's just black with the kind of like thing going on with the accessory done. And the skirts. You can get some green of like the top in there with like gray skirts at least. That's cool. That's cool. I like that detail almost to the point where I want to do race skirts instead, kind of, but like, I don't know. I'm fine with carbon skirts, I'll just do the bottom option. Might even be like some striping of the color thing going on. Probably not though. got splitters. Guess that's kind of close thing to having like front bumper customization. Okay, then. Okay, then. That doesn't exactly seem to be a way to do secondary, as far as I can tell, though. Not the biggest fan of the bolts, kind of on like the last couple, but I don't overly care either. I like carbon stuff enough, aside for the hood for the most part. But even then, I kind of just still found the hood anyways. Kinda know. Like when it's like a bomb option or whatever. So I'm definitely going that option and. But I just don't know if I have to choose anything besides for none for traction bonus, not one with like full on traction at the start. That might make it where you could even maybe do like none, like I said before, but not 100% certain on that. Ew, I like how you even get some livery on the competition wing. I wonder if where like the livery shows up, like if there wasn't like a livery on it, like could it have the second car on it? Then I wonder actually. So I haven't really noticed much secondary so far. Of course, the last time to be a carbon without the kind of like minty green kind of look, or whatever going on with the sprunk livery. I almost kind of don't want to go that, but like, because of sports wing, but I'm fine with carbon sports wing. Like, it's the same thing anyways. Again, like carbon aside for hood for the most part. I will easily take that. Sure though. Oh, even those bottom parts are colored that too, that's cool. Whereas here you actually get some white instead. Yeah, it's kind of just all your usual sun strips, I think though. So I just need a bomb like hard stand, just a black hard stand. So it's pretty much like black characters on white for the bottom one. Then yeah, or something. Oh yeah, that kind of one has like some 3D text going on it. It seems. It's not quite like the figure like black on like the white, but similar enough. Yeah, I think it's just the usual customization work, like on other things, even as well. SV should probably be higher suspension, but like, I kind of just like to change it, and like if I'm gonna change it, I might as well just go like lower anyways. I feel like why not? Like as well as can be like other things if I'm gonna change it like anyways from the stock. I don't really notice much though regarding like the secondary cars still though. Like right though. So unless the livery like overwrites the secondary, which is a possibility I suppose, like I don't really notice much secondary. But it could be because of the sprunk livery like I'm suggesting. So if I had to go one, it kind of goes with the, like, sprunk colors. Oh, it's already enough green with the livery, so maybe go like a 2 yellow, maybe. Why not? I like the color a lot personally. You know, it's already on classic with black, it looks like, so like I might as well do secondary classic, I suppose. Primary is going to be the bulk of it anyway, so pearlescent will still be there, surely. So even though I can't really see shit with it, because yeah, no livery might override secondary like altogether for all I know. Do yellow is my choice. Just because it's like a Mountain Dew color and I really enjoy it with like sprunk theming. For sure though. And I guess since I can really see the do yellow, I might as well just go do yellow here as well, unless I want to kind of do a different yellow. But yeah, I can't really see anything secondary color wise, so yeah, I'll just go do yellow and interior electron color too. I don't know if I usually do something like that, but what the hell, I guess I might as well. And of course, I'm going to do my very out of place crew emblem like I always do, referencing my PSN and shit. Like, why not? Why not? It's a CV class, so obviously want to stick with that type of wheel. I think it's the only SUV class vehicle in this update too, so... Or no, again, I think there's the Warden coming out, Galvanter Warden, which I think is SUV coming up. In the drip feed. But aside from that, I think it's the only SUV, like for day one more so I meant. So to also have East Ride, OES, like SUV if I'm desperate. Looking for something with one of those, like, some amount of characters, basically. Or, like, type or whatever. Whatever. I'll do Sunrise, I think. I think that would work well for the S of East Ride. Because I think there's like the hyphen between E and S for East Ride, so I'll do Sunrise. So I based the wheels off like the name of vehicle for those that don't know. Just because that's kind of what I do, I guess. So otherwise I'd probably be choosing like the same ones all the time, even more than I already do. And obviously I'm going to use my free chrome rims from the challenge stuff I've done in the past. Yeah, there's text on here, so I did custom. 25,000 on a train bulletproof. I did yellow technically for secondary trim, so I'll do yellow tire smoke. Yeah, if I ever get, I gotta change like neon or something still. I think that's something you won't have to go back to, Bolivia. Yeah. Yellow resonates more with regular yellow, so if not, I like golden shower a lot. Doing yellow, of course so. To go with my trim, and second that's like not really there. That might be overwritten by delivery for all I know. I guess the build already had a limit on it. Okay. Interesting.
Ooh, Daddy, I love the detail.
Oh yeah, me too, Angel. Me too, Angel. I love the detail of the livery and like the green and stuff. See, you agree with me, Angel. See, I see. Yeah, fuck playing that gas 2-player mission. Like fuck that shit. On stream at least, please at least though.
You fucking shit!
The stream still looks good. Okay, good. I'm right down to like 4.5 million. Interesting. I might be able to customize everything and keep enough money for all I know. For all I know. And hopefully be able to build up to like other vehicles, of course, so. For the DLC in particular. I don't think I've ever drove this one actually stock. I should have maybe drove it stock before I customized it. Because I had to order them like quick. Because like, I think I did it on Thursday basically. See, one of my Heist streams, like the three-parter, had like a connection issue or something, so I had to kind of make sure to get those before I even got that due to Kortz and Heist, unfortunately. So I don't even know if I even got that in a drop net for that reason. Stock. But yeah, whatever. Only changed about a couple few seconds, like I said anyways, so it's probably just similar experience in the first place. Especially when this one has like engine, doesn't even have like turbo, or didn't even seem to have transmission either, just the engine upgraded even. The only electric turbos are probably HSW like second two pretty much. Maybe even like about a Buffalo EVX even. Like the HSW ones basically like the only electric ones with turbo even of some kind. And even it was called like a mode upgrade if I remember actually. Right though. Okay, does the also light up only on like the basic lights? That's interesting. I think other vehicles do something like that too, but that's cool. I like how the bottom ones turn on when you do it the second time. That's cool. I just found the gun van. If I wanted to show off the week 1 contents, it probably still would be even at this point. Like, lobby I'm in. But it's basically switched to the second lineup that I recovered, basically. mean, the only thing that was going here really for was the like code headlights, basically. Which obviously want to match the ones I did for the like underglow, especially because it went like non-crew. Which you can't really do crew, unfortunately, for the card headlights. It's only like that for neon. I don't know like why they did away with that for the card headlights. My god, is GTA 6 without even going to have like a good color palette kind of feature, like something interesting? Not that I even feel like I care to even buy that fucking shit. Wait, that goddamn quote box of bottle shit. So like, they actually own my fucking games? Unless it's a digital exclusive or some bull. And like, not fuck as code in the box. Like, it always has physical presence, but like, nah, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit, man. Yeah, the rev is completely silent, of course, man. Electric. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's kind of fun. Kind of fun. In a way though. Oh yeah, I just want to mention this, right? So I'm go on to the next one. I'm late on customizing. Because of lack of funds and stuff, basically. But since I'm actually taking advantage of the weekend completion bonuses as an excuse to grind the game, because those are actually very worthwhile, then yeah, I've actually been enjoying grinding the game. Probably for the first time in like a really long time. After grinding like hella Kyle and stuff and being maybe a little burnt out on like some grinding at least of the game. But yeah, I've always kind of grinded like every once in a blue moon or something. In prior updates to 4 things before. Oh shit. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. I also think about the yellow, like, underglow lights, definitely goes good with the electricness of the vehicle for sure. That wasn't really, of course, the main purpose of it going on with like the yellow and like kind of soda theme. But it works well. As well, very much so for that. Wait, okay. I think let's just take somewhere to the RC over it right now. It's like parking that shit in there. Wait, like what? How the fuck? You even put a vehicle in that shit.
Welcome back, Daddy.
So framework to customize technically. Looks like things looking good still. Still. Even. Real stands. 2 extra customization options. Let's see, 22 options. Seeing the 50k armor. Alright, bumpers is bumpers category in general, front and rear. So everyone just had rear. God damn, this one is like 13 extra bumpers. Okay then. Again, I like to customizing it, so I'm not gonna go in depth with like most of the stuff. So I'm not saying things like I usually do for like every option, that's why. I like the trim, I think, for sure. No reason I really see not to. This one is almost same, like one short even of the 14 of the other. It looks like. Oh, GT. Like how that stuff goes up there, actually. Wow, does this already get full acceleration from the EMS? Interesting. I don't know if that's usual for a sedan of all things, but that's cool. I think I might have heard maybe like the new best stop time one even after the Java VT. I mean V6 or whatever. Like I was kind of saying earlier in the stream. The engine sounds, I know I did it. Alright, so there's exhaust here. I don't need exhaust options. What is always this in a mention thing? Or the exhaust are like quiet? Weird. I don't know if the smoke's soon disappearing here. I thought I usually been customized means lately. I don't remember that happening too much. Felt nice again. The cruises look hexagon, like the 2 like exhausts on the side. I guess they're hexagon shaped. It looks like okay. I wasn't sure if it's like one big hexagon or something, but I think it's like 2 individual kind of hexagon things. Definitely repping that. Why not? Sounds, I know I did it. As many hood options as the front bumper. Okay. Carbon isn't exactly like the craziest bad I feel under this kind of livery like thing going on already with the Simeon build for like the first 9 days of the DLC. Yeah. I like being able to play it a lot. It's one you can kind of see if it looks like or something. That's cool. Oh, cool. Or if not, like the glass like display kind of look. It's definitely pretty cool. Pretty cool. Again, I think this one was pretty good for the class, I could swear, so... Guess cause, like, it's not as many, like, older GTA vehicles coming into the game, or, like, really much at all for, like, some time now. Maybe since even, like, the Brigham of Sandra's Mercenaries might have been the last one for a retro vehicle I can think of. Yeah, then the horn options for me kind of just become, like, more standardized, sadly. So, I don't know. I'll just run with this one too, I guess. Yeah, just sounds I know I did it. An icon, all that stuff. Did neon, of course. Of course, though. For now, and then I'll go back to it and more decide on the build. Livery. Certain paint one, if I got that red and stuff, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Wow, is there like a matte black for the build here? That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. You got your basic like white stripe, blue stripe version even, which is like a dual stripe. Kind of in a way, wish it wasn't dual stripe and it was like kind of the same kind of stripe as white though. But cool regardless though. Cool regardless though. Classic 195. You remind me of the Karen 190Z from Doomsday Heist. Interestingly. I don't know. Oh yeah, by the way, it has like the V-Star badging on this, by the way, so it seems like a successor to the V-Star for the Albany, like, Marula. And was that like a sedan and like sports or something? So was this supposed to be like a sport car kind of like sedan or something? So yeah, probably is pretty high. Top-notch performance for the class, like for sure then. With some of that logic going on there. Besides for like the 195, you have like the little bit of like red striping and that white stripe, kind of thin white stripe on top. I don't even get like some black stripe too, or something. Watch out mix, you got this like blue, like cyan, like purple, and even like deeper, darker purple, even like pink stuff going on here. Okay. It's kind of interesting. Kind of similar colorways to the Cyber stuff that was going on, but like maybe a little more purple, like lacking white and stuff like the other vehicle was customizing earlier. Obviously, did also East Ride. Ooh, sheesh. Racing DNA, a bunch of like yellow, like maybe a bunch of black as well on the actual livery itself, possibly even. It's like some black striping. Screen that kind of black and yellow kind of vibe stuff though. Like actually don't. 188 on the like hood even. Oh, and even one on like basically the back of the car too. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. Yeah, got some out on like the roof going on there. Kind of looks like a road or some bullshit on top. I feel somehow like the roof. That's cool. I like the colorway on that now, especially on the roof. Maybe like some of that side stuff going on. But I like the windows. Maybe like the black striping. Vocal race, like hella sponsorship overload a little bit at least, especially on the side. No. Yeah, I don't know if I care to mention too much in this one, since I'm already like customizing this one anyways. Rim paint. Doesn't just have too much going on, I feel, compared to that. For a great finish, make it a rim job, it seems. Okay, interesting. Kind of sounds wrong too somehow. Not sure how to explain what, but honestly, actually, any window stuff that goes on in this game, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the intention and everything. Like all this red going on in like 20 or something with like the gray and stuff. That's cool. That's cool. Kind of outline going on like above the window and stuff. Windows stuff too. That's cool in this livery. For the default one for the see me and Simon build for like the first 9 days of the DLC. First 9 days, yes, of DLC. Nine figure here. It's kind of like a 999 going on here, of course. Kind of looking just, smushed together like that on the side, I guess. Bunch of like blue stuff going on. Fun above like the wheel arches, all that kind of stuff. Kind of have that kind of circular kind of stuff on like the roof. Triangle kind of stuff and whatnot, like on the trunk and stuff. Okay, interesting. What a triangle stuff going on the top of the hood. And that kind of circle with the like vanity where it's kind of placed there is kind of cool, I guess. It's just a cat kind of like looking thing or something. I kind of forget. Also got Chapala like globe will fix up. Even like some blue E-color going on too, I think. Interesting, it only seems to be on one side though. But it's kind of blue E-color look here. I think that's the E-color on there. With the E there. It's cool, it's like blue and stuff. The liver though. Kind of gives it a much more unique look than your average E-color. Signage thing or something. They got like outlier with like a bunch of like white and like purple. Like the white outlier text, bunch of purple. This KO2, do what you want. Seven. Definitely does not look like a 6, thankfully, before the 7, but... oh my god, did I, like, make that too obvious? I don't know. Fucking... If it was like 27 covered up by like the Vanny thing or something, though. If it was a 27, I could be wrong, though. Could be wrong, though. Or it could maybe even somehow be like a reversed 7 or something, like upside down 1 or something, for all I know. For kind of like a 77. Oh, okay, 27, like, roof. Okay, I see. I see. Sorry, it was an issue right there, I guess. We got some, like, purple atomic fix up, Flynn, Fukuru, caution 27. Is that what the on one side? Weird. Oh, what the? And then maybe that's a F? Okay. I don't know. Kind of looks like a little, like, a huge F, even, like, above, like, one to, like, rear wheels, basically. We got, like, some fingerprinting going on one side, especially more than the other, I find. Might kind of be going on there, too. It's kind of mixed with the Outlaw or something over there more, I think. Even then, it might be kind of a stretch there. Maybe something there. Yeah, purple on the roof, all kind of stuff up like 27. Okay. And then you have this camo one of like a bunch of like black red. Kind of looking like some little spurts of like magma or something, like something throughout, which I kind of like some like rocky terrain. I kind of get that kind of vibe of the look going on there. Which is very similar to the Simeon build, doesn't even like the kind of unnecessary like numbering of the like 20 whatever going on there. So I very much dig the last one for sure. I'm definitely going this one. And with the red, it definitely goes for a good E-Cola license plate build. Like Vanny plate build kind of thing. I mean, here's just basic stock ones and secondary carbon variation, it looks like. Okay. Even got a little bit of livery going on there. See. I definitely know I'm going E-Cola build at that point, surely with the red and the livery. With, of course, the sinister plate. Kind of my favorite combination at this point in the game, for sure. For sure. Is it just me, or did something become, like, smaller on the plate? I feel like it became smaller suddenly, or something, somehow. Unless it was just always small in this particular vehicle, somehow. Kind of a weird kind of look to it, in a sense. And I don't know if that's exactly in, like, a good way. It might be more leaning towards, like, a bad way, even. Probably my second trim crew, like the previous one. Okay. Alright, so yeah, it is in fact matte black. I kind of dig that, actually. The default one for sure on primary. So I go to Rockstar builds, it kind of go like a lot of interesting stuff that I would definitely not think the most of, for sure. Looks like yet more matte black. I could even maybe do like a matte, like reddish kind of color or something. Dark red. Not really much interesting colors to choose in a sense, though. Kind of for like matte, though. It's much more limited there. Trim. What would I even choose for trim? I can maybe go back for some aside with some stuff later, maybe even something like I did with the other one, just because I can really tell the delivery over like second, possibly even. Alright, so roof, you have basically regular secondary, like black and carbon, so very simple options like the mirrors, I'd say. Huh. If you do carbon, you actually get some extra livery on it too for some camo, and it's cool. It's cool, it's cool. Which I don't think the other ones really had. I'm definitely doing that one then. Quite a bit of skirt options. Yeah, I pretty much liked the bottom option, not for sure though. Sure though. Some of the earlier ones actually might be one of the more interesting, like bulkier looking ones, but I'm pretty fine with what I chose for sure though. I could earlier ones actually might be more bulkier ones in this case. But that's very much a fine option too though. Too though. Yeah, it's a bunch of like spoilers, basically though. So if like drift or something started having more livery, yeah, okay, drift. I didn't really look at it, but yeah, I guess it was the drift one. So good. I wasn't really looking when it first changed. I changed like that because it kind of surprised me a little bit. I mean, I knew it would probably eventually get more livery support or something on the spoiler. I had a feeling on it, but like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, looking at it from this angle, I pretty much like the bottom one for sure, like easily, for the GT wing thing going on here. Might as well do secondary, of course, so, of course, so. Sun strips. Okay, sun strips are a lot more simplified on this one, not like with all the figure all that kind of stuff like the previous one I had to see. Which I definitely do, which yes, I mean I definitely do not mind, especially when it gets the extra little livery support. Secondary sun strip for sure. Why not? Is there a slightest smidge of camber effect, but like either way, it doesn't. If there even is, like, it's it's not all that significant, so I don't think it really matters to account for much of that or anything for like sort of racing or anything. Anything. This one doesn't make a sound, so I have to look for money here. I see 40,000, yes. Turbo, which does make a sound, sure, for it. Yeah, it's good. It's good. I should probably get back to the respray. I gotta also do light stuff or the neon, right now. Yeah, I feel like doing a red like matte or something that counteracts the like basic red color on there. I like dark red personally over light red, and looks the regular red. I mean regular red, not light red, but the regular red looks kind of better on like front to like middle parts of the car. I feel, but like I feel dark one looks especially good on the spoiler though. Oh, and down there too. Yeah, on the spoiler especially looks kind of nice. I feel it's kind of dark to where you can't see the detail the most. Like, looking that hard on the side, you can, like the regular. But makes the players have to look more out for detailing on the car, I guess, for other players. Why not? No, why not? Could also do something like orange or something if I wanted to. I suppose for matte orange. But I feel like doing the dark red, I think. Why not? I seem very, like, wanting to choose that. If I go like orange or something, maybe do it for like the trim color. Or like here there might be a lot more reds to choose from. Yeah, right. Again, I felt like it gave like a lava magma kind of look with this like camo kind of livery. Blaze kind of can of course go the same kind of way. Grace Garnet. Garnet's not exactly like a type of heat or something, right? Garnet I think like jewelry basically. I don't really see it in the same kind of vein as like lava or blaze. But sunset kind of certainly do being based on the sun. Of course, Cabernet and like wine for like the wine colors. Do you always kind of like to use those? Wine red's a pretty dark one. You can't really notice too much with a feel in a sense. But like, I do like my Cabernet red. Again, I'm just really a big fan of like wine red. But really, I should maybe go to Fire Fame. It's probably like the last update. I'll really truly enjoy if there is like another DLC update, and I don't know how you know cover on the channel. But GTA 6 VFI out and like wanting to ban that shit basically for fucking over physical like disc owners and shit. So I'll reluctantly actually go to Sunset Red to kind of fit that like lava magma kind of vibe I was basically getting from the camo livery then. Seeing like the camo is like rocks and like the red is like lava magma kind of stuff. Alright, blades are probably a bit better, but Sunset works the theme kind of fine too. I was like kind of in between, well, not also being doing my overdone like wine red or Cabernet or something. So that's what I'll go for then. crew emblem, very out of place, but I put on everything because it goes to my PSN. Because fucking why not, I guess. Why not, I guess. Somebody else made me that, so I don't really know how to make those good things myself or anything, unfortunately. But fortunately. Yeah, I did the carbon roof. Didn't have like the crazy roof options like the other one, right? Right, so like simple options pretty much. Alright, the sunstrip apparently gets carded by secondary, at least the one I chose, at least. But I already did that. I yes, I already did that. But right, hold on. I have to do the neon color. I did a bunch of reds obviously in there. It's only really red itself, so once I wanted to go out the way to do a crew color, like a very specific crew color for the vehicle, then like just basically gonna go red then. Yeah, revisit root spray, something I only pretty much I'd like to revisit. Yes, for the building time I've done turbo tuning, but like going back to other things, like kind of just making absolutely sure, of course, the sedan, just not really like straight up sedans. I just go high end basically, and obviously chrome, so I could get the wheels for free with certain challenge things, or where to get a bunch of those for free. So it's Albany Marula sedans, right? So like A M like S basically. Let me maybe go back for now. See, this is a supercar over here, obviously. I had to cheat on the name there, I just had to look into it. I don't usually choose off the class, so I think, right, I choose off of like the name of the vehicle more, so I try to at least. So hold up, I kind of forgot about that. Van, I think also chose high-end stuff on, if I remember right, since there's no van rooms, of course, like, yeah, like this one, of course, no. But yeah, Mercy, I don't feel like I've done Mercy yet. I've obviously, yes, done the turbo tuning already since there's 5,000, especially since I backed out now. Or it might have had check mark before, obviously, because I just put in the same, like, time in there, basically. In there, basically. So it's even more apparent now. So I'm good. I guess I'll do Mercy. Go with the M of like Marua or whatever. Whatever. Definitely don't think I did that one lately. Especially with my like algorithms for choosing my wheels, it definitely seemed like it would fit the other two I did high end for. In this update for sure. Yeah, Chrome, so yeah, I cannot do that, right? Alright. Custom. See, it's just stuff on the wheels, so I know I did it. The texter. $1,000 bulletproof. Yes, indeed. Let's check mark on standard now. Of course, so applied. Red tire smoke got me to under 4 million even. Okay then. The red obviously because of the secondary trim, all that kind of stuff I did. Yeah, this one apparently started with dark smoke for the build. Like, why? Why not instead of limo? I mean, props to him for thinking of the way to use like the worst tint. I guess yeah, the idea of you being able to see yourself. Don't really care for that. So limo tint it is then. Obviously, I'm definitely change to limo personally. Personally, no.
Take a ride, Daddy.
But totally, if you were actually a person. But you always pretend you are with a body pillow or something. Like one delivery says, probably like, what's that one? The Nebula Turbo or something, I think has like Princess Robot Bubblegum body pillow and like a delivery or something, I think though. I was trying to hold up for those to me and stuff, see what I'm saying. Did it change itself on for some reason? Is that one getting a text or like what the oh yeah, the brights. It's kinda some like lower one. To be fair, I'd probably be able to see if there was like daytime and wouldn't be as impressive. Not kinda lit in once I like noticed or something. But yeah, obviously I want to go to the oh, let's car me again for those colored headlights. Obviously. Oh shit, Dr. Dre or Dr. Fuck ass street tar again, but Dr. Dre music awesome, but fuck this game for not letting you like flip off Dr. Dre's virtual ass celebrity ass character for whatever fuck ass reason. Like legit I've tried it and it doesn't let me do that for some pussy ass reason. But actually though. Yeah, whatever, I just kinda chose to be lazy or did the drive with the previous vehicle anyways. Ooh, oh, fuck yeah, fuck yeah. Right though, again, gunman's over there. That's right. Yeah, no more where to go through that grass. All awkward. What's so dark? If again, fuck, yes, fuck, no. But I know more where to go through that grass section there, of course, if it weren't so dark in the game. Fuck it, his body was in there, you know. Hella not letting you speak the shit suddenly there. Eesh. Eesh, though. I've seen Rev, I suppose. So really here, obviously, like last time, just gonna be the colored headlights. Which obviously, again, no crew colors, so it's just gonna be red once again. Then for me. So there's no other variation of red, just regular red. I like how there's that like extra light at the bottom though. Kinda that goes on for the bright. For sure. I didn't find this interesting as the Easter eggs kind of bright, I suppose, in the side sense, but I'm not really sure, honestly. Honestly, I don't. Alright, so back over there. I think the sports car Cartusia GT or something would be next one to go over. I'm late for, get on, of course, but it's course though. And if I have even more time and stuff, maybe just pursue, of course though. Course though. I gotta get so tired of taking like the main road to Tonga to just do this way. Quite frankly though.
So good to see you, Daddy.
Yeah, same. Like admittedly, I'm probably getting kind of a little more customizing content side, but like I am like late on some of that. Basically though. Alright, seems things are still going fine though. So I just gotta make myself power brew, of course. I already customized that one, so Ignis Pursuit is basically next. Basically next. "24 options, even more than the previous one, but 2 as well. Interesting. Obviously, some armor. Yeah, 50k down the drain, so I know I did that already. $5,000 breaks. Alright, 10 extra front bumpers. Alright, wing trim was splitter. It's definitely much beefier, so I do find the bottom option very nice. Maybe a couple less on the rear diffusers and seems. The race bumper with all that stuff going on the side there is definitely pretty good. For me, Canardo one also has stuff on the side there, but the side stuff actually connects more to the car and the race bumper, so I definitely inbound this like trim race bumper. For more second, kind of vibes on it as well. As well. Cards. Just carbon and then twin. Okay. One or two. Okay. I was having two of those. MS1 is enough to get this original one on top for stat. That's cool. That's cool. Origin sounds, and I did that one. Yeah, how come this vehicle did that when I did the insurance together, but not like one of the other ones? Basically, though. Basically, though. It does that for certain vehicles, but not all of them. Interesting. Current exhaust has kind of stealth look too, which I like. I feel like. So I definitely go on that. No doubt. And it sounds, I know I did that. Front fenders. Oh, okay, this part, see. I was like, where the fuck? Right, so over there, see. Ooh, the race fives, okay. Something though. Last one's not as cool, but like, again, it's like hood. I don't really care too much if it's got like plasticky carbon or something though. And even then, so like practically everything but hood, I kind of just do on hood if it's like the last option, like anyways. But I like the slickness on or whatever. Though. There's a black panel there, so I did change that. Yes, indeed I did. Okay, you can get extra primary, see. Plastic vented, primary. Okay, interesting. Interesting venting there, not too much venting that you can notice much, I feel, no. But whatever, no. Whatever, no. Super or something. I don't know, was that kind of similar to the other one? Unlike the first one I did, like the Easter egg, I forget. Failed Easter egg, it was like some blocker kind of thing of that. It made it get like a better look, like vibe or something to me. But I'll do the Vanny Hood for sure. For sure. I very much think I will. So I like that kind of centerpiece going on there. Personally. This one I don't think was that crazy in a sense. If I want to try and go into different somehow. God, what else do I use though? Like, the hell, I never had that much horns in the game anymore. That sucked. The old Icarus XP 3 days, I failed. It's like overly much sport cars. Peanut last like vehicle to class in an overly class. I guess in a way it could be sad trombone, like the 4.6 VFVI. I don't really see an update coming out in October. So Ghost Exposed is like already found in like the current update, which basically goes to like end of October. So unless I do like some like November DLC before 6 VFVI drops. I think in a sense being like possibly the last sports car, like the last vehicle in the biggest class in the game could, I guess, be an excuse of sad trombone. What the fuck, I guess, why not? Why not? I need an excuse to go something here. So I can move on here. You gotta sound right? It's just a kit for now, whatever. So I can color them later, of course, though. Of course, though. Or I meant the layout more so inside the kit, right? Because kit could include cutting the coloring of it, too. But yes, no. Livery, no livery. Single white stripe, as well as single black stripe. Kind of like a flimsy-ish kind of stripe, not the biggest on it I found in this kind of vehicle. Yeah. Yeah, I also got double though, which I like kind of better on like a sports car like this. I feel with double yellow and double red. That's cool. It's cool. Vintage racer, you basically just have like a blank like white circle, oval kind of like egg looking like thing basically. Feeling like the door is interesting. Also got like circle on like the hood with like two like white stripes like it's holding it all on or something. Interesting. Vintage champion. Apparently it's like Italian striping. That's cool. That's cool. I was like number 7 on that all too. Interesting. Like that. Don't know why exactly, like, it cannot be on the other one. Maybe because it makes like 777s, like champion, like luck kind of stuff going on there. Not sure. Guffy fade. Like big, like white, like black Guffy kind of thing. Star kind of after the Y Guffy. Italian striping again, it seems. And a bunch of like black fill in the back, and it seems to pretty much be it. I feel on that one. Well, I feel. Then you got Bronco Racing. And then, yes, fuck. Then you very much got Bronco Racing. Kind of makes it look like both a Grotti and a, like, Bravado at the same time, in a way. Since it's got, like, so much sponsorship, I feel, on it. I feel. I'm trying to not talk about at least one livery that hard, honestly. At least. But homage, raised to like a 98. So that's supposed to be kind of like the year of his car, like 1998 or something. Wouldn't doubt it, would not doubt it. But yeah, it's got 98 with like kind of egg kind of icon there. In a way. Oh, I got yellow on the like skirts there in school. Grotti going on there. Atomic Tire Rubber products like LTV. More like Atomic. Zero livery kind of all going on back there with Hardston. More Atomic. 98 more. It's actually on all that, so I guess it's just part of the car for that part. Okay, see with like the kind of little Grotti look there. For that badging. On the sides. So everyone was on for delivery, it was all there. It's not part of the car, it seems. Even more LTD in Hardston. Like 98, STD. Kind of house looking kind of all thing. Redwood. Even. Basically seems to be it, basically. And yeah, in the back it has like blue and like red and just totally yellow. I like the different color schemes going on there for sure. So even if I'm not the biggest fan of it, I do like the red, yellow, blue combo. So I'm gonna go watch Racer for sure though. For sure though. Again, very standard for like pretty much just about any vehicle in the game nowadays. Stock mirrors, probably color, plastic, stock all even, no different style, primary, and then plastic all. Okay. So all of them are kind of a stock in a sense, kind of. Is England different on that, or like I'm not even not sure. Maybe. But I don't mind plastic on like all stocks. They're all kind of stocking away anyways. We play. For some reason this one already has like the check mark on my sinister, even if I didn't change it. There's already red on the vehicle if I want to go eat cola. That's like an excuse. Like if I go green, like it's not basically like the Simon color. It's like red, blue, yellow, and green or something. Like the Simon game, like memory game thing or something. That'd be kind of an interesting build if I want to go like Sprunk though. Admittedly though. So I don't know as much of another vehicle where I can do much like that. Or I don't know, maybe I've just never thought of that kind of scheme before or something, or like idea. I'm not even sure. Maybe hold off on that for now, just in case then. Just in case then. Yeah, another primary, secondary trim and crew emblem. Cool then. I really want crew car at all actually in this update. Yeah, I don't really think I did actually. And with the blue in the back already, I feel it works pretty well. Blue I don't feel exactly worked the greatest in the last one of like black and red. Kinda. I liked the black and red on the last one for sure. Could have maybe done that actually on the Baleno GT with like that kind of like eco like lemonade kind of build or something I did. If I remember right, basically though. And it maybe would have been like interesting. But I can't think of much like blue lemonade in the world or something unless you like make it yourself, like blueberry or something. You know, like that combo was already kind of interesting to me because I never really heard of like cola lemonade, so I didn't really think of putting on that build. I was going for it basically. Did I even do this blue actually on like the Loffer? I forget. I should maybe check the Loffer again just to make sure I didn't do clue earlier.
It's perfect.
Oh yes, almost, but we're getting there. We're getting there. I think it's more of like a traditional like bluish thing. See, I don't really think I did crew yet. Unless I'm thinking doing on like the Ignis Pursuit. I don't really know honestly though. Might go like hella gold or something crazy on that one, being like the first supercar police vehicle in the game. Though. I think I'm kind of already kind of knowing what I'm gonna do with that one. I feel this is the one to go with the crew, honestly. That's honestly. I wouldn't go and crew like all across the board on this one either. Per se, even I feel. As far as just like outlining for stuff, doesn't really add much. Unless I want to do like green to kind of go to summon build, but like as like a bare minimal like kind of color going on. I don't mind going like hella crew. Yeah, like the last vehicle I ever really do it for all I know, even. I might just go crew across the board for the most part. On this one. Oh, even inside with like the engine. I didn't notice that until now, actually. That might be a pretty simple theme, but like I figured since I didn't really do the crew color yet in the DLC, from what I remember for sure, I would just basically do it. Basically. Might go diamond blue, which might be the closest like kind of thing I can do here with my crew color. Like being close to it. Kind of making this like my ultimate crew color kind of like vehicle in a way. Compared to other ones like prior updates. Given it could be even the last time I care about crew color really though. Really though. For all I know, basically. Just basically. So diamond blue interior I'll do for kind of like an ultimate crew color one in a way. In a way. I figure no better vehicle to do like hella like crew build on or something than like a vehicle from like the most overly populated class of the game, sports. Sports though. uh. Which thing that helps me decide on for sure doing E-Cola again, which I much prefer. I much prefer E-Cola because it's based on caffeinated soda. Sprunk's based on Sprite, which isn't caffeinated in real life at least. At least. I don't know, license plate's kind of small here in a way too. Am I just going crazy then? It's fine, license plates are usually longer or something, but like, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, very hard to place crew on them, of course, but why not? Why not? Going up on PSN, all that stuff kind of goes into like circles of the numbers I see. CSE makes it even more off-putting in a way. The roof, basic roof with primary secondary as well, in addition to stock, and going off the other one, plastics. What's on stock? It looks like that's what it's like. And I'm paying more basically if I do secondary, but if I ever change secondary down the line for some reason, if yes, I ever change secondary down the line for some reason, like low key, seeing out of trouble in the like long run, in a way. So I'll just do the secondary. Why not? Because if I ever do any other build on in the future, could save a lot of headache in the future or something, or a little bit. Skirts. Oh damn, don't know what super skirts in. Gotta see that shit. Seeing its own unique option even. That's cool. I want badged. Cool. Cool. All badged, dude. Okay. Okay. Whoa, okay. Okay, okay. So we got like primary or secondary, primary or secondary, like outlining. Probably secondary, I'm guessing. But I did go to St. Color for both, so I'm not really sure. But I assume it would be based on secondary, based on like other ones changing off secondary, I'm pretty sure. Like the engine, air, and like front and back and all that. Static president to be the secondary, surely. I like how high it goes, like by the rear wheel, so I definitely will be choosing the super skirts. Yes, very obviously did do that. Spoiler. So this one has like the full traction already on there, so so. I'm not sure if that means you really need to absolutely have to do a spoiler like other occasions or like what though? What though? I'd probably go with another spoiler option, like just in case, even if it's like a minuscule spoiler. But yeah, it's possible you might be able to have the same traction with like none, even since it's already like maxed on in-game stat. For all I know, for all I know though. Mm-hmm. I like crew color. It looks like on Champion Wing. I like that. I like that. Even if it's maybe not as much as like, which one is it? The touring wing might have like the most like secondary or whatever going on with it. Quite frankly. But Champion Wing's a good compromise between lots of crew color and also some like black like plastic carbon, whatever. I just do the lowest, doesn't look like any camber or anything, of course, that's expected for a sports car, all things, like, how the top end sports car doesn't really necessarily go as a low class in a way, so like having like fucking, like hella like camber effect or anything, of course so. I obviously already did that. Yes, indeed I did. Yeah, it doesn't make a sound, but yeah, I see the minus 4,000, of course though. And turbo tuning. Absolutely. They made the sound, so I'm good, basically though. We have sports. So I don't have to worry about like having like a duplicate kind of wheel at all for this particular DLC at least. So it's the Grotti Cartucci or something like that. GT for sports. So G, C, more G, like T. So GC, more G and yeah, T. And S for sports if I'm desperate or something. Something to choose one or something. For GT, there's like the B.2 if I want to do like 2 for like the letter T, like the letter form of 2, like TWO. I don't know if I will though or not though. Not though. Cosmo would be fun with actually. I think I'd rather go Cosmo than into V2. Why not? Probably not when I use that much, so I might as well do this one. This one though. Yeah, it's 25,000. Yeah, yes though. Fuck. Yeah, they're probably talented already. Crew everything like I was basically saying earlier though, obviously. Especially me in a vehicle like the most overly popular class seems to fit to do that basically. On a vehicle basically for the most part. Yeah, I did cruise smoke clearly, it's applied on her. Yeah, I go back to the crew. There's no crew for the lights, I do electric blue, which is the closest I can basically do. Yeah, definitely, like, for sure though. For sure though. It did. I yes did a tire smoke. That might have already been on the pre-built one for like the first 9 days of the DLC. For my Simeons, basically. Would not be too surprised, but maybe I did it even.
Ooh, Daddy, I love the detail.
It looks good still for my stream. Awesome. Awesome. Was there like a whole layer below somehow? Or wait, oh, what the hell? Yo, those bottom parts like hella go on. That's cool. On the bright light. Might be some of the coolest bright lights I've seen in this whole game, actually. Okay. That might be some of the best brights of the whole game, quite frankly, I would probably say. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck, man?
What is happening?
Oh, sheesh. I ran that shit hella hard, so. Wait, did I pop something from that earlier? Because I feel like it was kind of looking like unbalanced of like the lighting at some point though. But now it's probably not one big crash. Maybe because before I was maybe going crazy with it, or like something. Oh, sheesh. Oh, gee, what the hell? I mean, just popped a hole inside there. Yeesh. Holy hell, man. Fuck, that's body for some green. Fucking goddamn. Fuck, that's more fucking ass than me, bro. Fuck. Fuck. I'm surprised I didn't look overly too long at that. That would have crashed into something. Whatever.
Sweet ride. Seriously, dude.
Yeah, obviously, like usual, it's definitely just the color that I'd even care about, basically. Yes, yes, no. But yeah, this time, since I went crew, the closest to that is basically electric blue for my particular crew color. Basically, though. Basically, though.
Hey, player, make sure you check out my latest rides.
Alright, now it's down to just one last vehicle, and I have to catch up on it, and I'm through all the deals with vehicles, it looks like for now. And there's, and there's, like at least 2 legendary ones, might even be a 7 one, or maybe just 2, like, legendaries, and also, like, care armored, whatever. But I think in the whole update is what, like 10 vehicles or something, I think. I want to say total. Which I feel was pretty much the same amount for like the last update too. Which I wouldn't doubt, because before GT6 I got like they probably, like having like maybe the Heist and the Mansion update together or something. I wouldn't doubt it, would not doubt it though. Also in tags, also somewhere else. Yeah, bikes are definitely pretty cool in this vehicle, like, for sure though.
Holy shit!
Yeah, I was just making sure. Like, obviously it's like customized. Looking for customized. But obviously I remember customizing it, just being 1,000% certain. Just yes, being 1,000% certain on that though. Things don't look fine though, it seems though. I'm pretty sure since, yeah, the trade price was basically just doing like 10 dispatch works. Yes, trade price is basically just doing 10 dispatch works. By the way, I don't think there's any dispatch work or anything basically to show, basically though. So armor upgrade 100%. What's 50,000 there? Brakes. Bumpers, 18 bumpers, I think. Bumpers and stuff could all be based on like just a regular Ignis for all I know. So I'm probably not gonna invest too much time in it. Plus again, I'm technically late with customizing this thing, anyways. Anyways. I'm very much fine with the last one there for sure though. For sure though. Mark II of the previous one. I'll also very much take a secondary version of that. Again, very much these could be just based on regular Ignis ones. Sure don't. GT diffuser, why not? Auto white lining too, which I very much like. Alright, like the sports car before, just EMS upgrade 1 fills storage entirely. That's cool. Yeah, it's kind of expected. That's right. We got engine sound, so good. Good. Yes, fine. Last I went to our scene was very much will do performance on that one. Engine sounds, I did that. It's probably just based on ordering this or something. Could be wrong though. Also notice if not all of them even get like a label on them too. Oh, I guess that was already there even on stock. Okay, kind of just realized in a way, and in a way though. The brighter white, sometimes I was kind of starting to just realize in black, or not the black, but like that yellow, like numbering, all that kind of stuff. But I'll do the carbon performance hood. Carbon in this case, kind of with the white and black at the fall, I think actually works good enough, honestly. At least for now, for now. So I'll do it. I'll do it. Alright, I cannot do the neon count here. Alright. Apparently just card headlights, which will require the arena, I believe, in this case, since it's a police vehicle, basically though. And yeah, I hear the yeah, I hear deliveries are basically kind of just copy pasted from other police vehicles. So you have to, it's like clipping like that with like the doors and stuff where you can't really see the whole thing. That's kind of why, by the way, is to kind of just slapped on from ones to actually have like the ability to see the whole livery, basically. So of course, 2026 G-Town only have like so much copy paste. I'm sure. So I think these are all pretty much copy paste. Like I basically suggest this. I'm not gonna even talk about deliveries much on this particular one. It's basically the same as like pretty much all the police vehicles before. Maybe besides for some numbering on the top, possibly even, which I don't really go into too much. Oh yeah, this one deserves to be a stealth. Isn't this thing kind of based on a Lamborghini or something? Kind of goes to my PSN stuff. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. County Sheriff stealth. Why not? I don't know if I want to go police, regular police, or not. For some reason, no. Guess I'll just do this one. Like, why not? No, why not? You know, it kind of clips in there. Yeah, whatever. Makes it kind of stealth for the logo part there, ironically. So, yeah. Perfect fit, I say. Sure, one way of looking at it. Why not? Yeah, automatic, basically, yes. Of course, I would not be surprised based on basically the regular Ignis says or something. So like some of the earlier ones look more protected in the bottom ones in a sense, but probably just go to bomb option. Why not? Yeah, for sure. All this police equipment stuff is going to probably be copy paste as well. I'm sure. Or just name wise, anyways though. Yeah, I just saw definitely very much copy paste on the lighting, certainly. All apparently looks all kinds of stuff, all kinds of stuff all done. But obviously I like that big light in there, so yeah. That's good. Right? Yes. So spray. Basically decide I'm gonna do like hella gold on this, like maybe even chameleon gold, even. Or maybe not chameleon gold. Maybe just pure gold or something. Yeah, I guess I do the pure gold. Pure for like both primary and secondary, even though. Oh, the gold even kind of reflects onto like carbon, like hood. That actually makes the carbon hood really nice in this one. I feel. Or at least that's what the mansion lighting makes it seem like at least. I just copy paste from my correctness or something. I don't doubt it. Not doubt it though. Probably it says carbon and then you get actually more gold on it. Or like whatever. Like primary, second, whatever color. Probably second though. On that. Interesting. Maybe make it more interesting in a way. Maybe. These spoilers are probably gonna be very copy paste, I'm guessing. Is actually a visual attraction bonus increase, so yeah, definitely do. I need to art none, obviously, for the best performance possible. Well, I guess why not just do a carbon hero spoiler? I don't really care. Carbon's fine enough if we get on the spoiler, even though more gold would be cool. Cool though. Oh, this thing only gets Origin Street suspension. Interesting. Is that the case for Argus too, or I wouldn't doubt it being how copy paste like that. But interesting though. It could also just be a police particular version thing, of course. Wouldn't doubt it though. Wouldn't doubt it though. So it doesn't look like completely ridiculously lowered or all that kind of stuff. So this could be with street though, for sure though. For sure though. Does not make a sound, so I'll have to look for the detailing there, of course. Of course, 40k down the drain, so obviously good. Turbo makes a sound, so no. Down at 2 million, apparently. Apparently. Based on a supercar here. Oh. But what's it? Pegassi, Ignis, PI, and more P with Pursuit in this particular case. Emergency class technically with the E if I want to go that kind of way, and so like as for supercar class, like the other Ignis variants. Current Inferno, I don't really think I've done that one on the, like, one supercar in a way or whatever. Or, like, the couple, including, like, I guess, regular HSW variant or something. I'm sure a Carbon Inferno Chrome I'll be fine with. Of course, using them Chrome rooms I got from them challenges. There's those challenge things for those Chrome rooms. 1,000 custom tires. Yeah, I had to look to it, so I know I did it. $25,000 worth of tires. For some reason, it's an upgrade on a police vehicle, not stock. Of course, though. The icon's on bulletproof tires now. Icon, yes, no, on bulletproof tires now, so I definitely did do it. And the 25k off of that. Yes. And the closest to gold, obviously, will be yellow tire smoke, so that's the color I'll be going. Like I did on East Ride earlier, actually. It's fortunate it's not gold tire smoke. Unless I'm out doing it for like the crew color or something. Turn it that other way, but I wanted to have this way for sure though. And no need to go back to neon because it's going to do like the headlight part apparently no. Yeah, I can do a crew emblem, which I'm kind of fine with, even though it would have actually fit this one, pretty sure for once in a sense though. I see, it's definitely just the lights, 100% at this point. I mean, no plate changing, that's what it looks like. Definitely alright with that, honestly.
See it on the road.
Alright, stream still looks good, okay, good. Just about done here though, of course, finally though. Oh, motherfucker. Fuck you. Daddy fucker. The fuck on the popo phone. There, type of shit. Whatever. Has me unarmed apparently at all. Interesting. Is that usual? Is that usual even?
Attention, officer. I need the full
No,
shot
bull.
of the rubber
No,
cop.
bull.
Can you assist?
Well, it's tour sports on there. Okay. Is that usually the case? What the heck?
Copy that. Stay
Man, it's
dead.
Vincent's fucking fault. Okay. Now I realize. Now I realize. Now I actually realize what the fuck has been going on there. Yeah, I'll be checking just in case, but yeah, you definitely have to take this city arena number check on card. I'd always be in a police vehicle. Since that's to be in places you own, obviously modify, like they say on like the website description, whatever. Alright, drug vehicle. I do not care for a drug vehicle at all. Although there's no way that's an export vehicle because I've been this way so many times at this point. So many times at this point for export vehicle. Of course, go figure it's not. Just a complete waste of time drug vehicle, basically. Okay, I guess just always so tight. It seems actually just by day or night time. Or if I got spy press on range, we can see that way something like it. Yeah, it can enter the meat, so it's just not going to be able to modify that since it has to be a place I own modify it. Which means the arena workshop required. I know it's again, like I said. So yeah, there's no pressing right to like customize it. Okay, I was wondering why I took a bit for the red. For some reason, I just took a bit for the red. Something. As a reminder, when you do the button like 3 times fast, that's how you do it. I think it used to be like 2 times or something like on this time in the game, but since they have like the starting option for the like sirens, like since they had that starting option you have for the sirens, you have to triple tab I think in the future. So returning out to storage. And vehicle organization. Arena. Arena Workshop B2 is where I believe my Taurus is at. Yes, it's like the cheapest vehicle in that garage, I believe. Or one of the cheapest ones at least in the garage, so I use the Taurus basically down. A long way, cause why not? Why not? Or hold on, actually, I might need to do the other way around, actually. Might be more efficient if I do it the other way around, my bad. Just going at least full to most full is basically the ideal way to do it. Or something. I like how somehow the arena still manages to still useful if I don't put like the arena contents pretty much because like, it's way too grindy, of course. Course or something new. All kinds of stuff all like that though. Yeah, there's no crew, unfortunately, no. But yeah, like, either way, it's basically gonna go golden shower instead, no. Alright, anyway, 2,874,628, looks like Kaden. Our export vehicle over there. Wow, I just said something like not seeing an export vehicle there, and then I suddenly found one, ironically, after. I was just saying something along that, basically. Irony, though. I'll take it, that's more reputation, basically, which might get me another 50k, basically. Which would be absolutely amazing to get. Oh, and it's Banshee looks like awesome. That one Banshee I'll take. Or even if it's a different one, so be it. Oh, it's a $900. Okay, that's awesome. We have Ancient Anjar, yeah, so Benny's conversion battle is actually on discount for 40% off for upgrade conversion. It's basically like much more customizable version to regular PNG. Find kind of average Benny's customization. Actually was like for a long time like a really good top speed option as well until like, probably just all kind of stuff obviously, and it's been like hella like irrelevant since. Could even still be one of the best non just to be top speeds in a way, but like all the kind of new ones recently, maybe not even. Alright, another 20k more. Let's go. But yeah, I think that's basically true if I'm gonna be a first stream now. I think they'll follow now. Like I basically said earlier, next turn will be Red Dead Online's turn for like last time like a fun obviously like usual for the event one stream basically. It's kind of that time again. And then maybe like a little like mini kind of stream for like any following information for like week 2 event. Again, I know it's out toward the GTA series videos can be posted with the voting vehicle and stuff, but since Rockstar doesn't officially provide it, I'll use it as an excuse to never stream for the event, obviously in like couple few days or something. So the Red Dead one will probably for sure be first though, and then that though. That's basically the plans. For the bare minimum plans I have left with GTA 6, we have code and podcast box. And, like, always basically knowing when to fuck over people, basically cockstart them. Like the longest time ever or something. Toxic bullshit in the world, constant shit. Like just in general, basically. Yeah, I'll finally for sure beat it for the stream though. Hope you enjoyed.